All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into 2 or 3 of the NA DPC, and it is, of course, MLP, Dota, and John X5. Jonathan, it's been a while, but how the hell are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling great, Mike. Into Tier 3, the last tour before TI in NA. One of my favorite regions.
Yeah.
I miss casting NA, Mikey. I miss some of these wild games. I miss casting with you. So I'm glad that we're back together. It's been a while.
Yeah. It has been a while, Jonathan.
You've had a new member of the family and all that, replacing me as a kid.
It's been a wild ride, Jonathan. Even a new patch coming out. I haven't had the pleasure of casting on the new patch yet whatsoever, so I can't wait to see how these games turn out. However, before we do go into all that, I suppose we should have a look at of all the teams joining us here for the NADPC 2 or 3. I mean, I feel like people may need a bit of a reminder here, as it has been a couple months, so maybe have a look at the teams that are going to be kind of standing here for the for 2 or 3, and there we go. I mean, it's mostly the same teams. Of course, we've got Sanking Gomez, who are new, and I believe it was Alpha that moved up, or Team Dogchamp.
Yep.
No, Dogchamp was in the last tour.
Yeah, Alpha moved back in after getting relegated in Tour 1. I have to say, Sand King Gomez is really promising. I think this team looked really hungry in Div 2. Alpha's an interesting case because it's a very different team from what moved up from Div 2 as well. So that's a major wild card to me, what Alpha does. But Sand King Gomez, they're a hopeful team coming in from Div 2.
They certainly are, and this is a team from mostly SA players, I believe. I can see Peru and actually Mexico quite a bit in the team, and one Brazilian player. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this team does kind of play out in the NADPC Division 1. But like you said, John, a promising team. Looking forward to seeing how they do perform. Sadly, we don't get to see them today on our schedule because we do have a couple other teams that are going to be playing here today. But we'll get back into that in just a moment. In terms of these teams, though, Jonathan, I mean, have you got any favorites going into the into 2 or 3? It's kind of an obvious question, John, but do you want to talk about any favorite matchups?
Shopify Rebellion and TSM, I think, is what we've been conditioned to look forward to here in NA. I'd want to say Nouns. You're always kind of cheering for Nouns, but there's been some changes on the back end.
Yeah.
They have lost their superstar in Neff. So I don't know how that affects the team. Like, he's their star behind-the-scenes player. Without Neff, how can you manage?
Very, very sad. I mean, we'll see how they do manage. They are in the first series of the day. Because you are looking at the prize pool, of course. The prize pool split. First place, 30 grand, 28 grand, 27. It goes down as you place lower, Jonathan. You got to win to get the big money. So there's your prize pool breakdown here for 2 or 3, of course. And I'm sure most of the teams will be looking forward to playing for that kind of money. Again, John, it's going to be an interesting tour, I think. We talk about the favorites. Like, you got Shopify Rebellion, you've got TSM. They're basically the two teams that constantly make it through to the major every single time. Obviously, you've got Nouns that constantly place in third place. But do you feel like they've got a chance to move up this time?
I always feel like they've always got a shot. I'm keen to see how they adapt to this patch. They've had a little bit of LAN experience in the interim period as well. So I'm hoping that helped the team out, but who knows? Again, NA is a little bit of a wild one where the top 2 is almost always secure, but even the top 3, you'd argue, is like a little bit of a wild card factor. Like, that number 3 downwards is a little bit insane. So I'm keen to see Nouns maybe surprises here.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the format, of course, for 2 or 3 as well for the NADPC. It's still kind of the same, but we'll give you a bit of a refresher. Of course, 8 teams, single round robin, and all matches are, of course, best of 3s. 3 weeks worth of games, Jonathan, a lot of games to play. Each team, of course, plays against each other. And as we know, for NADPC, 2 teams qualify. So you've got 2 slots to the major. Of course, one first to 6th place will stay in the upper division, and sadly the 7th and 8th place will have to move back down to Division 2. As we've seen by the fact that Alphas made their way back up, not too big of a deal if you do get relegated, but you'd rather not if you can avoid it, John. It's not very fun going back to Div 2. And while we're here, we may as well have a look at the schedule as well for today, because we do have some really hype matchups coming up. I believe, we're starting with Nouns against Bait straight off the bat. And of course, Shopify Rebellion versus TSM, the 2 favorites here today in the first day of the NADPC 2 or 3. I mean, I can't wait, Jonathan. We get the best of the best on the first day.
Yeah, it's quite the showing to have this matchup first. I think we had this last tour as well, but I think it's mainly to just get the question out of the way of whether or not TSM will beat Shopify Rebellion for a third tour in a row, and then just kind of make every match after that like very tiptoey, because either team that loses here has to play a perfect tour afterwards, right? Like, this is the one loss that you can accept for either of these top two teams. If you take a loss outside of this series for any of these two, that's where things get shaky in NA. And that's where the hope opens up for a team like, say, Nouns, that can contest for number 2 if any of these teams just slip down one game in this tour at all, like in any game in the next 3 weeks. It's make or break. And, for the winning team, you have a lot more leeway to play the rest of the tour, but if you lose that one, it's a lot tougher.
It certainly is, and this is the thing, right? Like, you look at that first matchup already between Nouns and Bait, and Bait kind of surprised us during Tour 2 because there was some real solid improvements throughout Tour 2 altogether. I can't remember what exact placing Bait had. Obviously, they were somewhere in the middle of the pack, but they were performing a lot better than, say, Tour 1. And so against Nouns now, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they can perform in Tour 3 on a brand new patch as well. Mind you, Bait might be at a slight disadvantage considering the fact that they are going to be playing from their home countries because of current world events. So they might be on a bit of ping, bit of lag right now. I'm not sure how much that's going to affect them. But at the same time, you're on a brand new patch. So even if we played out a whole major, 7.33C just came out. What I'm trying to say, John, is all these pro players, they have an idea of what they're doing, but really nobody knows what they're truly doing. Nobody knows the min-max kind of efficiency in this new patch, and that basically means anything can happen.
Yeah, we're open to a lot of different things coming out. I was taking a look at some pub profiles. I was interested to see specifically Dendy. He's the kind of player who, he's brought us stuff like mid Witch Doctor. He's been playing a lot of mid Earthshaker. So, stuff like that can still slide through. I'm keen to see if that's something Bait brings out in this match. And again, this is also pretty do or die, especially for Nouns, right? Like, they're the contender team at number 3. They can't really afford any random losses. And we have seen that Nouns sometimes drops the ball a little bit. The consistency is just somewhat lacking in some of their games. But again, they've had some experience playing internationally, at least in the interim period, playing for Dream League, I believe, 2019, getting an invite there. So I'm hoping that the experience on a LAN has helped them, because this is a promising team. This is a team that at its best looks really strong. It's just being consistently at that peak. It's been a little bit of a challenge for Nouns.
It certainly has been, and it's going to be a little bit mentally draining to just constantly come third over and over and over again. And sadly for NA, you don't have 3 slots, so you've got to make it to that top 2. Otherwise, you just don't really get anywhere. And it's kind of been the case for Nouns for such a long time. And as of course you did just see the beautiful faces of Nouns, Jonathan, still looking beautiful as the tours do go on. Bait, on the other hand, again, like, this is a team that I think have just gotten consistently better, and they're kind of proving that they do deserve to be in Division 1. Obviously, a lot of fan service here. We've got Dendy, we've got Funnick, we've got all the big boys on the side of Bait, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Because again, Tour 1, they didn't look amazing. They almost got relegated. Tour 2, they looked really good, but weren't quite good enough to get the top 2. Tour 3, disadvantages. But, this team, they kind of give you that energy of, we can overcome these disadvantages. So I'm looking forward to it. If they can beat a team like Nouns, right? Like, if they can just, get a 2-0 or a 2-1 against Nouns right now, that'd be an amazing start for them to start off the tour, because this is arguably the 3rd best team in NA. And hell, we're in a new tour now, so they could arguably be the best team. We don't know yet.
Yeah, they've been given an opportunity. They've stuck together since Tour 2. Their change from Tour 1 was that swap for Moose into Stominen. So they've had a lot more time to just kind of work Stominen into their flow now as well. And the ping disadvantage aside, again, this is a team that does some really funky stuff with Endy. Like, he has some really interesting picks he likes to take on to mid. I want to see that kind of surprise factor come out here for Bait if they can afford to.
And that's the thing. You kind of talked about the mid Earthshaker Dendy's been spamming. And let me tell you, John, like, I've had quite a few games in the new patch, and mid Earthshaker really seems quite disgusting. I've had the misfortune of having to play against it a couple times, and it's back to one-shot shaker, right? Like you just kind of you get the totem going and you just hit someone and they just generally die. Like you can go for the Blink Daedalus build, and it's just really revolting to have to play against, but very fun if you do have that mid-earth shaker on your team. We will see if he wants to kind of run that again. I think considering we are in a new patch, you can kind of do whatever the hell you want and nobody can comment negatively about it. It's like, well, you know, it's a new patch. We don't know if that's good yet. We're going to have to wait and see. And speaking of waiting and seeing, Jonathan, I believe we have a draft on our hands right now, so we'll probably get into it rather soon and see exactly what's going down. Obviously, 7.33C came out. The draft is upcoming, by the way. 7.33C came out. A few nerfs here and there, a few buffs here and there. Not sure how much it's going to affect everything. I know Medusa got a bit of a nerf, and TB got a nerf. You know, all these popular heroes got a nerf, Jonathan, but is it going to matter? Let's see. Let's bring up the draft and have a look and see exactly what these teams are thinking.
Yeah, I think managed to catch a few of the games on the new patch, but we've been seeing stuff like support actually start to slide through into our pro games now as well. The Medusa changes, it's still a top priority. Honestly, like that hero is still really busted in the right game. I think the bigger impact is really the durability items getting tweaked down a little bit, like regen being down a little bit makes the off lane maybe a little bit tougher to sustain through. So I'm keen to see how that changes the style up when we do get the draft up. It is going on. Like I can see, but I don't want to spoil you guys. You guys
where's that
see
damn draft?
Okay?
Where is it? Should be underneath us right now. Where's the hell's it gone? It's hiding, Jonathan.
Is this what you do? Is this how you will be when your toddler can kind of crawl around? Or where's the baby? Where's the baby? Where are you hiding? Is that what you're gonna
I already
say?
like that, to be honest with you. I lose her all the time. I have no idea where she goes. Just just let her go. She's a free soul, Jonathan. What can you do?
Mike's journey to dad. That should be. You should definitely do something like a vlog. I'd watch Mike's dad adventure vlog. I don't know how entertaining it'll be, or how good the parenting is, but you know it'll be fun.
It'll be entertaining for anyone watching, not so much for me, Jonathan. I've had the complete new dad experience, and let me tell you, it's been a rather interesting affair, to say the least. I'm not going to go too far into it because I'm sure any new parents out there will know exactly what they have to deal with. At the very least, I think you can probably tell there's no sleeping involved when you have a newborn, so it's very, very fun. Regardless, 2 or 3 is like a newborn, Jonathan. A brand new slate here for both these sides. Again, the draft is ongoing. We haven't got it off on the screen quite yet, but it should be here rather soon. I may as well kind of spoil it for people, Jonathan. Nouns, they've gone for a Timbersaw Bounty Hunter opening. Alchemist Crystal Maiden is the opening here for the side of Bait. Alchemist was nerfed, I believe, as well, right, in 7.33C? Not by so much. I don't think the hero is like dead by any stretch of the imagination, but there was a few tweaks that happened with this hero, and it was kind of necessary because I feel like you were seeing Alchemist in literally every game, right? Like it's just, this hero was just too good.
Yeah, and it just goes back to how good Alchemist can lane aggressively, just because you don't have to worry about your skill point in Grievel's Greed, so this hero just gets a lot more from going for, like, say, a 4-4 build-up, more like a 2-3 or a 3-2 by 5. It's really aggressive, and it just runs down in most lanes, so it's still a high priority. It's just not as snowbally, but the hero is still kind of in there for Bait to pick it up. I like that they take it with Crystal Maiden. I think that's a lane that is severely painful to play into. CM is still this really aggressive, great laning support, just because of Blood Grenades being what they are, Crystal Nova being a really good spell, despite some tweaks once more. Like, this hero is still up there in priority, so I don't mind this kind of opening coming out for Bait. For Nouns, the Timbersaw pick early is always a little bit intriguing. They pick it into the Alch, so probably just looking for a very, very dominant lane. This is one way to counteract like that high minus armor and physical output, as you will have a lot of armor on your Timbersaw, but that takes like a level 3 timing, which Alch honestly plays into level 1 to 3 pretty well. I'd say level 3 is actually a really good point for the Alch to get aggressive, and I don't think a Timbersaw is that durable by level 3 just yet. Like, either you go for a 1-1-1 or you kind of go for a 0-1-2. If you go for a 0-1-2, your kill threat on the Alchemist isn't as high either.
Very, very true. Can I just say, by the way, Jonathan, Crystal Maiden, it always warms my heart to see when that hero gets nerfed. And it got nerfed again. Now, sadly, it didn't get my favorite nerf, which is the movement speed nerf. I think Ice Rock's running out of movement speed to remove from the poor girl, but nevertheless, she got nerfed once again. And, I'm a support player, Jonathan, but there's something about Crystal Maiden I just don't like. I just don't like it, It's just... Maybe it's because it's a fan favorite. It just bothers me when she's good. So I really appreciate when the frog just says, no, I am the only ice man here. No ice.
But there's Lich. What are you talking about? There's Lich. He exists.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy Crystal Maiden got nerfed. I don't know what to tell you. That's all I've got to say.
You're a sicko. You're a sicko. I'm sure you're pretty happy about these next few picks as well. Now it's going for the Venomancer. So we do get the Venomancer into the game. This is pretty aggressive. It does feel better than it did before. I think it has a lot of presence. Its ult is really interesting. The Ags being what it is also pretty funny because that's basically what old Venomancer used to do. You go in, except this time you don't even cast your Poison Nova. You just die and then you get the Poison Nova off. So very fitting for Venomancer gameplay of the past. Yeah. Whether or not we see the Ags here, probably not as a support. It tends to take a little bit too long to build up. But I think you have that potential if the game goes well, especially since you've got the Bounty Hunter and Nouns. So you always have that option of snowballing really hard and somehow finding the gold for the Ags, which, again, it's a weird one because you don't really want to die, but it's kind of just a fact of life. The Venomancer will die, so you get a lot of utility out. For bait, the response into Rubik Magnus is solid. Like, Magnus Alchemist is a really strong combination. Still, you've got really good team fight coming out. You cover your Magnus with a Rubik as well, so you don't have to worry about any defensive plays coming out from Nouns down the line. And you have a really solid lane. I am wondering where Nouns is, where Bait is looking to put their Magnus here, whether or not that's on Dendi or Funnick. I feel like it should be Funnick, but it's open enough that you can kind of flex it depending on your matchup, and you will be matching up against the Ursa. So Nouns with the Ursa Venomancer, if they do manage to collapse on you, maybe get a couple of blood grenades up to really stack the slows, that is a scary lane for anyone to play into. At the least, the Magnus could maybe skewer back. Maybe you get the lift back to stop the chase as well, but it can be rough if you're caught out of position.
And now that you've mentioned Blood Grenade, thank you for reminding me, John. This is one of my most favorite additions in Dota 2. I mean, this item, as a support, makes me so happy. Because it just feels so... I don't want to say broken, because I don't think it's completely broken, but it feels so strong. And as a support, it just gives you that extra oomph that you need, to actually secure a kill in the laning stage, especially at level 2. Suddenly you're able to just kill basically anyone as anyone. So very, very big fan of this itemization. Thank you, Mr. Frog, for that as well. And yeah, like you said, I mean, there's a bit of back and forth. At the very least, I like the Ursa pick into something like the Alchemist because it's a pretty decent counter against the Alch. So kind of have the pos 1 Ursa. Mind you, you could do some lane shenanigans anyway with this Alchemist. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a carry, though that's where we usually see it. Lanes are very open, John. Again, brand new patch, anything could happen. Lanes are very open right now. I'm kind of erring towards the side of Nouns with their own draft. I feel like it just kind of feels more well-rounded, and you've got a nice little bounty hunter who just tends to allow you to snowball with the track gold bonuses that fly in. Who knows? We'll have to see. We'll have to see how these drafts finish off to really give a kind of cement opinion on who's got the better draft. As we do have one more ban left before we get some last picks in.
Yeah, I'm surprised that something like the Void Spirit's still left in the pool. I think it works out for either team if they want to pick it up. That hero is just... It's kind of ridiculous that Universal Heroes got a little bit of a touch up, but also get their base damage reduced down to balance it out. They still gain more damage as the game goes on, though. So it offsets that really well. Your stat building is a lot more effective now. A hero like a Void Spirit with Echo Saber, so durable, so much damage. I wouldn't be surprised if Bait just gunned for like a Dendi Void Spirit. I don't think you have much from Nouns to really punish. Like, if you look at their lineup in Nouns, yes, it's very snowbally. Yes, it can get pickoffs. You don't have stuns outside of your Bounty Hunter. They'll go for the Ember Spirit instead. But how do you catch the Ember? Like, all you have is this right click from the Bounty Hunter. That doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to catch an Ember out of position.
Yeah, that's a fair point you've made, John. You really don't have any control right now on the side of Nouns. Like, up until maybe the Ursa picks up a Basher, you don't really have a a semi-solid way of actually dealing with any of these heroes, especially, you know, the more mobile ones like the Ember Spirit. I mean, Nouns, they have one more pick to make before we do have these drafts completed. They'll have about 1 minute 5 seconds of reserve time to think about this one, and it does feel like maybe they're lacking a mid hero here for Gunner. I mean, he could play mid Bounty Hunter if he really wants, but I don't think that's quite necessary. I think you could just run the pos 4 and have fun that way. I mean, like you said, Void Spirit's still there. It's not a bad hero against Ember. And it's, although it got nerfed, it's still, I'm sure it's still very broken. Like, the damage value that you get out of this hero is ridiculous.
It is. It's still a high priority. I think all of these heroes that got tweaked down are still top priority picks, like Medusa, Alchemist, Void Spirit. They're all still up there. I am curious if Nouns is gunning something different. Like, say, we saw a little bit of a mid Omni Knight in the major up against Ember. I think that could be a good solution. It also kind of destroys what Bait will want to do. They're all physical. They go to Witch Doctor mid instead. So they bring out the Witch Doctor. They bring out the spice on Nouns. This is going to be really interesting because Dendi knows the ins and outs of the Witch Doctor. And no, they'll run the Gunner Timbersaw mid instead. So they keep Moo on the Witch Doctor, which is what we tend to see from Nouns, which is fair. Like, that here is still really nice in the off lane. I think a Witch Doctor Venomance or a Witch Doctor Bounty Hunter lane can be really scary to play into. I am keen to see how much Gunner can get out from his Timb. I think the matchup against the Ember is not the worst thing in the world, but it's also not unmanageable for an Ember. I think there's a lot of outplay potential there for Dendi if he plays his cards right. So this is a pretty explosive game 1 draft here, Mike.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this all pans out. Like, very, very interesting drafts from either side. Sadly, we don't get to see the mid Witch Doctor, but I got to tell you, John, like, Moo's offlane Witch Doctor is something to behold, at least from 202. That thing was disgusting. Mind you, they were running it with an IO combo, so it was like incredible heal coming out between the IO Witch Doctor that we used to see in 203, but they won't have the luxury of having that IO this time around. Nonetheless, Witch Doctor itself still feels extremely potent. And I do wonder what kind of itemization you kind of utilize on the Witch Doctor now in the offlane, because I can't remember quite well, but I feel like he did go at one point a Radiance build-up on Witch Doctor during 202. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that did happen. So I kind of wonder whether he'll do something like that, or whether there's some new itemization for the Witch Doctor that we're going to see. Nevertheless, we'll get into it. Game number 1 here between Nouns, and of course the side of Bait is set to get underway. We can head over to the game straight away, I think, to have a look to see what's going on.
I'm going to be keen on seeing how Moo kind of adapts this Witch Doctor in this new patch, because we did see him play this when they were on that international LAN. Like, he dipped into this a lot, and I think his build-up changed. Like, I don't think I saw him go Radiance actually when he was playing in Europe. It was mainly just this aura build-up, you know, like mech utility coming out. So I wouldn't mind that still. I think the early tempo, it's still like the durability from offlane that we've been seeing pretty much every team kind of gun for, right? With Underlord offlane being a really huge thing right now. Just the aura build-ups. A Witch Doctor is still a natural builder of that. So I don't think it's too bad for Moo to kind of lean into that as the Witch Doctor. I'm just keen on seeing how the other pieces fall into place for Nouns. Right? Like, you're running a Venomancer support. You've got the Bounty Hunter as well. And again, like, the Witch Doctor fixes some of your stun issues, but not all of it. So there's still some mild issues in trying to keep Dendi down. I think that's your big concern here from now. It's like, how do you catch out the Ember? You've got to be perfect with your chain stuns.
That you do. We'll have to wait and see exactly what they intend on doing here, Nouns. I'm sure they've practiced quite a bit with these new kind of drafts here to try and work out exactly the best way to play it. How does this mid matchup go as well, right? Like, because you've got the Ember versus Timbersaw. This could be a very, very boring matchup between these two heroes, John. Do you feel like there's any kill potential? Because it does seem like just nobody dies here.
There is a little bit of kill potential for Dendi. I think the Ember can actually play this lane pretty well. It does mean you kind of max out your Flame Guard, but you can really poke and prod, or at least harass out the Timbersaw quite nicely with that. Timbersaw mid, it shouldn't be too hard for Gunner to just hold a steady lane once he has some reactive up. You can just kind of farm up, tank the creep wave, and try to harass back, maybe gun for some denies. So it's still manageable for the Timber Saw there, but certainly the Ember is not under any major threat, unless Dendy oversteps his bounds a bit.
We are looking at that top lane as well. You'll see Lodine and Stonebank going at it here with Moo, and of course Lelis. What do you think about this, John? Like this Witch Doctor Bounty Hunter offlane against Stonebank and CM Lodine. Like, it's an interesting one because it does feel like Nouns can really play this one quite effectively, but can you slow down the farm of Stonebank?
You can, but you're looking at like maybe a level 3 timing where it feels really comfy for your Bounty Hunter to poke and prod. You have pretty good lane control coming out now from Stonebank as well. And if you do overcommit, it's really easy for Bait to punish. Like if you're not going to find that kill, you're going into the CM Elk. If they can get their Acid Spray unstable plus the Chain Stun out with Frostbite, stack up the slows with Crystal Nova and the Blood Grenade, it becomes a little bit scary to fight in if you're out of position. So I do like that Nouns is just kind of taking it slow until the EXP is flowing and just kind of trying to contest the pulls where they can. Just be as annoying as possible until you hit those level spikes.
What about that bottom lane? Like, that's the one lane we haven't really talked about at all. You're going to have, of course, Yamson and Husky here against Funnick right now. We do have the Rubik kind of missing, but no, he'll make his reappearance. Dominant is going to be there as well. Interesting kind of laning phase. Like, Funnick's having a very, very good time so far in the Magnus, and well, they are going to move in, try for a kill here with a skewer back onto Yamson. The Ursa taking a fair bit of damage. Yamson should be okay. He's going to make his way out eventually, though the chase is still ongoing. Nice little juke on the shockwave. He's going to be just fine to survive through it, but it does seem like the offlane of Bait can be rather aggressive here against the Ursa. And at least for now, it seems like Husky can't really do too much about it.
Yeah, there's not much you can really do to counterplay. Like, all you can do is pretty much just defensively use the Gale to break up the jump from Bait. Yamson already out of regen, does have the salve in the inventory now from the courier, so should be able to hold up. But this is a strong start from Funnick. I mean, 15-4, dominating that lane, constantly on the aggressive.
Moving in again. Funnick, very nice skewer back on Husky. Husky, no, he's going to be just fine to walk away. Instead, they'll see Yamson. They did have a level 2 shockwave available to try and throw out, but they'll hold on to the mana. Yamson, he will have a salve to be able to heal his way back up, so he's going to be just fine. My goodness, this bottom lane just so aggressive already. Just kind of wondering how Nouns trying to deal with this. Like, you don't have a mid lane that's necessarily going to rotate very early on either. Like, maybe at level 6, Gunner could try, but for now, it just feels like you let the Ursa suffer.
It's just a tough lane. I think you kind of have to accept that. We talked about this with the support picks of Nouns. Like, Van or Ursa can be aggressive, but into something like the Magnus with this repositioning potential, along with the Rubik, just these two heroes to throw and toss your Ursa around, kite him around quite a fair bit, it's a lot more challenging for Yamson. This strong start for Funnick, it's pretty scary. Like, we've seen what a Magnus can do with the early Echo Saber, the early stat build-up. This hero is, again, also universal, lots more damage, can just go full tankiness with no problem now. And the Harpoon is actually devastating. Like, just, again, being able to kite around a lot of these heroes, it's going to be big, especially Yamson. If you can just hold this Ursa down, make him dance around when he pops his Enrage, it becomes really much more manageable. And the solution from now is it's not straightforward, kind of enabling that Ursa to do what he wants in the middle of these fights here later on.
Yeah. Things are looking rather tough as well for the safe lane of Bait. Like, Stonebank now going to get jumped here on the Alchemist. The chase is on. He'll have the unstable concoction, so he's going to be okay to just throw back the way of Moo and walk his way out, but they are really starting to get aggressive here against the Alchemist, and Stonebank just struggling to try and find any form of CS, but eventually they do get the small camp pull, so he's going to be able to just kind of farm underneath his tower. He should be just fine for now, as it does seem like we are going to lose our bounty hunter here. Lelis, he's going to move down towards the bot lane. See if you can try to snipe somebody here down at the bot lane, as what has been rather tough, right? Like, you need to make a bit more space for this Ursa. Lelis, it's kind of hard to know if he can even set up a kill here. May try to intervene on this large camp pool, but it's already kind of been done. Only the siege creep has been left remaining. So Lelis, not really seeing the opportunity, is eventually just going to kind of walk his way out. Will find a bounty rune for his trouble, but in terms of actually trying to help the lane out, there's really not much he can do about it. Instead, he might try to move mid lane where Dendi is kind of being chased down here by Gunnar. Gunnar won't have the follow-up damage to really take down the Ember Spirit. At the very least, he has hit level 6 before Dendi. Dendi's still level 5 at the moment. They will keep going. Stominant in the meantime, also getting caught on the south side. He's going to go for a TP play out, and the stun's not going to be there in time. He is fine to make it out. Meanwhile, Gunnar still chasing, but is going to be able to find nobody for his trouble.
Yeah, but he's got a dominant laning start here for Gunnar. Low die.
They'll stick around. Eventually does get caught out as Husky will be the one to take the kill, but Dendi does get gifted a kill on his own as well. So a bit of XP going the way of the Ember, but now Gunnar going to try and move in and punish Dendi. Again, he's not level 6 yet, so Gunnar can go for this kill. Problem is he has no points in chains. It's a bit hard to catch up, but here comes Lelis. From the right side, they'll catch it.
Oh, man.
Dendi to drop, and that's a massive pickup here for Gunnar.
I mean, he's been dominating this lane. Like, Dendi, again, opts for the Flame Guard to try to apply some harassment and clear out a wave. But that just means you're not blocking any of that damage. It's all pure coming out from Gunnar. So you're just durable. You're not durable enough. They do find a punishment onto Gunnar, but it's still kind of painful. You don't have Dendi around to soak that EXP. Your supports get something in exchange, but the Timbersaw has done his job. It's kind of recovery mode now for Dendi going forward, needing at least some of those initial items to be up.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough circumstances. Well, speaking of tough circumstances, Stonebank is going to go down top lane. Moo able to pop the Death Ward and secure the kill onto the Alchemist. Another massive pick off here for Nouns. Just not really much in the way of punishment happening for the side of Betas. Now Stominant gonna have to go for a run. Lelis did get caught out for a moment. Meanwhile, Yamson now being chased down, but he's gonna be just fine to walk his way out. The chase is still on for Stominant. Lelis does have the blood grenade, does have the stun. Eventually will secure the kill, but it may cost him his own life. And Funnick, he is able to secure the kill himself on the Magnus.
It's a costly one, but you're pretty happy with Funnick actually getting that build up. It does feel like this game now for Bait is hinging on that one lane that went well. They're trying to make a move up top, though.
They are. They secure Moo here. And he's a guy that's just been so annoying at the top lane, and he will just casually walk away again. It's kind of the thing with this max Voodoo Restoration build-up. He can just reset so quickly. Is the Death Ward again going to be thrown out? Stonebank's going to be fine, though. There's no Melodict on the Alchemist, so he is not going to pop. It wasn't even leveled up here by Moo. So they just could not hold down Stonebank long enough to allow the Death Ward damage to come in. Instead, though, Lelis trying to set up onto Stominant. Husky looking for a Gale attempt is not going to land it. Completely whiffed. The Stominant, he is still running. Lelis trying for the chase. Can't really find him, though. Still chasing him down, but now dusted up. Does need to be cautious. And I think eventually you just kind of let these kills go. But they are at least forcing Bait to run back towards their side. So even now, Gunnar showing up, finding Lowdown in the CM, and they will at least find something for their trouble. Crystal Maiden dies.
I mean, they don't find big core kill, but this is a lot of time for Stonebank to kind of just waste time. He's not at the creep wave. He's forced to run around in his jungle, has some room in that top jungle to at least farm up, and he still has this solid foundation for himself on the Alp, going for the Radiance build-up. But it's not that overwhelming start that you tend to see from Alchemist. It's not been a good lane for him. He's not, again, like, first 2-3 levels felt good, or at least decent to play. But once he had levels up on Moo, once he had levels up on Lelis, it becomes a lot easier to manage that, just sustain through the harassment. And for Bait, I mean, this is a really rough start for this kind of lineup to go into. You still have this combination of Magnus and Ember, so Empower is going to feel great, but it is a level 2 Sleight of Fist. Again, Dendi having to go for the Flame Guard and lane to manage is a little bit rough.
Oh my. Gunnar literally just shreds Stonebank. He had half HP and just one Whirling Death did the job as Gunnar now going for a run. Bait, they will try to punish, but he'll just chain away for now. Slows it there thanks to the chakram. And he is fine to just walk his way out as Husky. He will be the one to just sacrifice his life. But that's a massive pickoff. Like, you found the Alchemist again. This is your POS 1 who just can't find any space to farm right now.
It's just not safe. Like, the aggression's coming out from Nouns and Bait. I mean, this laning start's just affecting them in a huge way. I think their one issue as well is that your main play now, because of the slower start for Dendi, is going to be Funnick. And he is farming well. He's got the Vanguard up. He's clearing out these ancient stacks for himself. He has got to set up for the team. Like, Dendi's not quite ready. He's got just brown boots and Blightstone, not even going for the phase boots and corrosion. Into the Maelstrom first. Getting some good D wards out here now as well. Nouns just provide even more aggression.
Yeah, Chase is on for Lowdine. The thing is, John, like, it may just be a CM, but every track kill you get, it's just worth so much more as Stominant is actually going to die before they get the track out. In comes Funnick. He'll commit an RP here for Gunnar and will eventually find the kill, but this may cost him his own life. Like, sure, you found the mid-timber who was popping off, but Funnick is eventually just going to drop, and it's a bit more track gold to go the way of Moo now. And it's just one of those things, like, you might find a good trade, a pos 3 for a pos 2, but when you kind of add the track to the mix, I don't think it's quite worth it here for Bait.
I mean, it's still a huge streak, but for sure, like, the team economy improving for Nouns, you take that trade. You're more than happy to kind of find those pickoffs with a track. You're getting a lot of space out from Yamson, who again had a rough lane, has said so much more because Bait are forced to respond around a map. So now our Ursa well above the Alchemist at the moment without even the Battle Fury up. Once the Battle Fury is up for Yamson, that farm just kicks into overdrive. Bait, they need to reel some control back in on their map. They need to ensure that the jungle is sustainable for all your heroes. The issue is, it feels like all of their cores are going to need to farm. Like, Funnick's not ready to run around just yet. Dendi's still in recovery mode. And you're not expecting the Alchemist to start making plays this early on. So you just don't have anyone that can really dictate these fights for you until at least the Magnus comes online early.
Oh, Dendi now, still being chased down here by Gunnar. Is going to be okay to Remnant out of there. Meanwhile, bottom side, they are trying to make another play, and it seems like they are going to find Lowdine. There's just no escape from that combination. They'll just stun you casually into a Death Ward, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's funny. He will at least be able to skewer away before they can stun him. But nevertheless, now it's just in complete control as Gunnar, he picks off the Ember by himself. Dendi's gone again. It's just so rough. Like, this is a level 9 Ember versus a level 11, almost level 12 Timbersaw. And it's kind of the story of the patch, right? Like, once one team starts snowballing out of control, it's really hard to slow them down.
Yeah, it's really punishing if you can't find these counter kills on Bait. Like, a lot of your economy, a lot of the EXP is tied into kills. You can still keep up really nicely with the jungle. Like, that is one thing, but even the jungle control for Bait has felt really lackluster. Like, just look at the wards coming out here from the side of Nouns. They even managed to snipe Stonebank Sacred Relic. So the Radiance timing, well, it's not quite built up. It still hurts not having that additional damage to farm jungle in. And again, the wards of Nouns is just perfect. Nice ward on the triangle. Nice ward over the, what's this? The crypt area, the crypt house up top. That's how Gunnar kind of hunts down Dendi as well. Like, and they're just playing so aggressive, just constantly staying in that triangle, hunting for kills. There's no room for Bait. Very little room.
It's just one of those things, like, you get a good start. You know you're against an Alchemist who has no control of anything right now, as Gunnar is still just chasing down Dendi. It's kind of the brilliance of the draft here from Downs. Like, you get off to this start and there's just no coming back. Look at this, Lowdine's gone. And they're willing to do this every single time. The track kills just make it so worth it for Moo to just pop the Death Ward over and over again. And it's such a low cooldown anyway. It's a 60-second cooldown to guarantee the kill. Poor old Lowdine, he's an ATM right now, Johnny. He's just feeding money to now.
That he is. Like, yeah, are you happy now, Mike? Are you happy watching to see him get bullied? Does this bring you joy? Huh?
It does, John. I'm a real sicko. It really does.
You're a sick man, Mikey.
I mean, I feel bad for Lowdine, though, to be fair.
Oh, you don't, Mike. In your head, you're like, oh, he picked CM. That's what you're thinking right now. He picked CM. This is exactly what he expects.
He'll be able to remnant away. Just barely. Though he's still ticking out to the poison damage, but he's not going to die. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, just on a sliver of HP, but this is one thing, again, that we've been harping on about for Nouns, but at some point they can be punished for that lack of control. So if Dendi does manage to recover well, Funnick,
Oh, Funnick put the hand up as well. Maybe a little bit overly confident there, thinking he was out of there as Lilith. Gonna hand him a high five. Funnick will look to fight back a little bit. Actually hits very hard at the moment as the Magnus. So Lilith just trying to be as annoying as possible, as Lodine will go down once again on the CM. And they're just keeping tabs on Funnick. Like, he's got nowhere to go right now. He's got no TP left. He'll skewer towards the north, just trying to get away from Gunnar, but Gunnar will just continue to chase him down. Meanwhile, Roshan's gone. Funnick is still just trying to juke them out a little bit. Does end up thinking about popping the RP. Or just, you know, pump fake the best he possibly can, as he does end up dropping. Just nothing they can do.
There's just not much. They're getting punished at every corner from Bait. Like, you're allowed to make these moves on Nouns and still have Yamsun just basically solo Roche with some healing coming out from Moo. Now, again, that's the strength of the Ursa, but you don't even think about it. Like, Bait can't answer it just because of this rough lane from Dendi. It all kind of boils down to the Ember just not having the start.
Not again. It's not his fault. I mean, they can't draft this hero, John. This Crystal Maiden, I'm telling you. This is what happens.
No.
This is what happens.
CM's pretty strong, dude. CM's the first phase. Support. Like, it makes sense. It's just, it's probably not the lane you wanted in. Alxium is a decent lane. I feel like there's just stronger combinations for the Alc to play with. And, I mean, going into Witch Doctor Bounty, if you don't capitalize on the first, on your level 2, then the Witch Doctor Bounty just kind of overtake. It was a bit rough for the lanes this time from Bait, which is a little bit interesting because the last time I saw Bait, you know, maybe this was a little bit different in Tour 2, but definitely in Tour 1, it felt like Bait was a team that had a really strong understanding of coming out in the lanes winning.
Stonebank, I mean, he's going to try to run. They've got the track vision, though. Funnick even joining in to try and help out, but now needs to get his own way out of there. He's got RP up, but they just can't kill anyone right now. Stunned up, he's gone. This is devastating. This is absolutely devastating from Nouns. As Bait, they are being suffocated off this map. I'm trying to find a way for them to come back into this one, John, but they need some kind of good team fight. And with the Alchemist this far behind, you've just got no leeway.
No, you really don't. I'm trying to think if this also boils down to Funnick's item choice. Like, I get the Vanguard. Eventually, you'll want the Crimson Guard. It's pretty damn good against, say, the Ursa. Even a Witch Doctor damage severely mitigated by having that damage block up, as Death Ward is physical, but it does feel like maybe if you got Echo Saber Blink first, you know, you reinvested that Vanguard gold into faster Echo Saber, into that Blink, you might have more play. The issue is Bait just cannot jump in. Like, Dendi's not ready to jump, neither is Funnick. It's just no one can play.
Speaking of Dendi, Lelis is waiting for him. Look at this. Dendi is just gonna die. Lelis was literally just standing by the Remnant. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are gonna engage once again as Funnick with a very nice RP, but they just don't have any damage. They've got no damage to follow up off this. Gunnar with a triple kill. John, I don't want to be that guy, but you might want to call this one. Like, there's no comeback to happen, I don't think. Stonebank being chased underneath his tier 4 towers. Yamsun's not backing off. Ultra kill for Gunnar. Like I said, I don't want to be that guy. But this is just one of those miserable kind of games if you're Bait.
Yeah.
It's just too one-sided.
It is. Again, there's some potential. I think this mid matchup just really caused Bait a lot of issues. They had to bank on Dendi to kind of set that tempo, but Gunnar just dominates the mid. The Flame Guard build from Dendi just doesn't pay off. He's not able to sustain through that constant harassment coming out from Gunnar with a Whirling Death. And it just leads into this cascading effect where, sure, maybe you could argue your top went a little bit okay. You know, you were getting some good initial farm out on Stonebank. Funnick had a decent lane down bot as well, but neither of those two heroes, the Magnus and Yalk, really sets up plays early on. It felt like it had to come out from Dendi. He's the one that can connect with the Rubik and CM really well. He's the one that can look for these pickoffs on the supports. He's the one that's highly mobile up against a team with like 2 stuns from Nouns, and it just never came online. So now Bait, they're just constantly stuck in this recovery mode. They don't have access to their Tormentor. They have very little access to their Wisdom Rune. Nouns can just keep finding everything. They'll try for a smoke out now, though.
I mean, they seem to know that Nouns might be around the Tormentor, and they are. So they're going to try and loop around through the north and see if they can kind of sneak up on them. But maybe an ice RP could do it, but they don't have RP for 10 seconds. They do get spotted, so Bait looking to back their way out as the scan was on target. Nouns are still hanging around. Sure, they let go of the Tormentor, but they got the Wisdom Root. They'll go right back to the tier 2 tower. But the thing is, unless you land a huge RP and then there's follow-up stun, I just can't see them winning the team fight.
Yeah, it has to be a great connection with Funnick and Stonebank. You also have the Hex up on Gunner, so it's a lot easier for him to just get some control out. Moo and Husky are trying for the Tormentor. This is not a fast process, but...
It's a brave process here, John. There we go.
You know what's funny? Yeah. When they were running down Yamson while he was clearing out the Tormentor, if Yamson actually just stood his ground, popped the Tormentor with his Enrage, they might have died to the reflect damage. Like, Lowdown was kind of melting to the reflect. I would have loved to see that.
Would you, John? I thought you were complaining that I enjoy CM dying too much. Hold on a minute. Funny. Here we go. Chase is on again. And the thing is, like, once you've been tracked, you've got nothing here to purge it off. So you're just going to die. Like, they'll just chase you down every time. Whether you skewer out or not. It just doesn't matter. You've got no choice but to try and fight back.
It's a rough one. Like, they're just trying to get what space they can on Bait. So Funnick's death at least gives some room out for Stonebank to farm safely down bot. Try to get this BKB up.
It's hard now. Like, you pointed out the side device on Gunner. Nice little juke there from Lowdine. At the very least, that wasn't a track, so that's good.
Yeah, thinking about the positives, Mike. Feel like this new you.
I'm trying. You know, there's only so much enjoyment I can get out of one hero dying. Yeah,
you see, like when you're talking about me enjoying CM dying, it's like, you know, I don't take a chuckle every time a CM dies, but if you die to Tormentor from the enemy team, that's worthy of a chuckle, Mike. Regardless of what hero you might be, that's always funny.
I mean, hold on a minute here, John. They're going to make the jump in. Lella's going to be targeted. It's a very slow process from Stonebank, but not quite from Yamsun. Still, RP's going to be great. Funnick going to try and turn this one around. Maybe this is the team fight they needed, or maybe not, because they are getting shredded, but no, never mind. Yamsun's gone. Gunner, though, he's still a huge issue. But it's a 3 for 3, not too bad for Bait. Problem is, the mid-racks is still under siege as Gunner's just diving in.
Oh my God.
They'll find Stominant. He should slowly die and will do so. There's now Stonebank, who'll try to move in onto Gunner. He's a tanky boy, though. Can they actually deal with the Timber? Yes, they can. Oh, Bait. Kind of bringing out some magic here against Nouns. As now they'll even find Husky on the Veno. Husky will drop. That's a full team wipe for the side of Bait. And all they lose is the range racks.
Yeah, it's massive. I think now they overcommit on that fight. They don't instantly burst down Stonebank. So there's follow through for that RP. Like, that's a big opening for Funnick to find while they're clumped up trying to get that kill. And then they just get the damage output. Like, you do have good damage coming out when these spells connect. Dendy, again, he's had to rush the Maelstrom. Pays off there with his output. He's got the Kaya up and running now. Just the Radiance BKB from Stonebank, allowing him that room to get in there and, again, survive through the damage. Like, there were a couple of missed hits on him as well. That was more than enough to allow him that space to re-engage. And he's going to have even more evasion coming out with a Halberd coming through as well. So there is some play here on Bait. The issue is they're going to have to punish Nouns over and over again. I'm not sure if Nouns is going to give them that opening once more, as probably just them getting a little bit overconfident. Roche spawns pretty quickly here as well, and Husky spots it out. This is a freebie for Yamson.
Certainly looks that way. I don't think Bait will get here in time to try and contest this Roshan play, so Nouns will go back for it, and Bait are slowly making their way over. It's just way too late already. I mean, you are up against an Ursa after all. Still, it's nice to see Bait like showing signs of life here. And it really does go back, I feel like, the Funnick. You hit one good RP, and the amount of damage this man can pump out just on his own is kind of ridiculous as the Magnus. And it's all cleave damage as well. with the Empower up, so yeah, this game does feel like it's on Funnick's shoulders. Lelis, he's going to break the smoke, will get spotted immediately. Yamson, he'll immediately jump in as well. Lelis still dropping, somehow alive though, is trying to walk his way out. Dendi, he'll move his way back in, but Lelis is fine. Meanwhile, RP's committed, but Funnick, he is not getting the damage out he needs though. Maybe he can. Yamson dropping low, but he has the Aegis. Funnick and Stonebank are both gone. No buyback available. Stominant's in trouble now as well. So is Lodine. The only survivor is Dendi. And that may not be for long. The chase is on. But he will walk out of range. So instead, it's back towards taking the racks.
It was a solid effort out from Bait. And they get that stolen Death Ward going. They have a really good channel coming out from Lodine with his freezing field. It's just that the connection with the RP this time around wasn't as impactful. Like, they managed to clear out the Aegis on Yamson, they force out the cheese, but the follow-through from Nouns was just a lot stronger with that sustain on top. And you didn't have the solution for 2 lives on 2 of these heroes basically coming out there. No RP now for the defense. They do have the Harpoon Skewer backplay if they want to try that. Maybe a left back as well from Stominant, but no blink on Funnick. Finding the angle is difficult.
Stonebank, throw the stun out. Not going to matter though. The chains were there from Gunner, so he's perfectly fine. Almost has the Ags up now on the Timbersaw as well, so it'll be a little bit annoying to try and play against. I mean, Bait, I gotta give him props, John. I mean, I was saying they probably should call GG about 5-10 minutes ago, but they are showing signs of life. Even 2 racks is down. They are not out of this game yet. Though if I may back myself up for a moment, Dota Plus is sitting at 99% win chance for Nouns, but nevertheless, there is a 1% chance.
Yeah, and that 1% chance hinges on, again, this big RP plus just space for Stonebank and for Dendi to kind of get their damage in. If they can just keep connecting this way, once this blink is up on Funnick, like, they can actually hold on to this last set of racks really well. I think we've seen the shortcomings out from Nouns. They are still melting to this really good magic output when Bait can kind of unleash it. If Lodine gets that position, like, there are a lot of channeled spells that you kind of have to worry about. And again, you're kind of stuck with 1-2 consistent stuns coming out from the side of Nouns. So you're kind of wanting to use that in Dendi. Once it's popped there, Lodine's free to just take a position as the CM, get a lot of damage out with a freezing field. Combine that with the RP, it's just really scary for Nouns to put themselves in a really clumped up position. So they're going to have to play disciplined. Bait will have to find, I want to say, 2 team fights to kind of even out the game. And that's a tall ask. It's going to take a lot of overcommitment from Nouns. And they are playing it a lot slower, just slowly sieging, not too clumped up now with just Gunner up front.
He's got the Ags up now. What do you think about this Ags on Timber? This reactive armor Ags?
It's interesting. I mean, you miss the damage, but the durability is really high.
Right.
Look at that barrier.
There you go. It looked cute. I mean, obviously it didn't do much here, but nevertheless, Hex out. They've got the Alchemist, Yamson. He'll jump right in. Stonebank is going to be able to walk his way out. So he's okay. At least for now. But the cask's still going. Stonebank, he got hit by it. RP's out, but it's only on Moon. Maybe they'll find the Witch Doctor, but now without the RP, they'll lose Funnick, they'll lose Lodine, and it seems like they'll lose the game. Stonebank's gone, he'll buy back, but everyone else just melting to the damage of Gunner. They are just having so much trouble dealing with this Timbersaw. Now they'll go for the final lane of Barracks. Jump in again from Yamson. Dendi will be able to remnant away, but Gunner, he's onto the Archivist once again. Stonebank will at least find the stun, but he's just dying to the poison damage of Husky, and he is gone. Dieback is there on the Arc, he calls the GG. And Nouns, they will confidently take game number 1 here against Bait. And what can you do, John? I mean, I don't know if I want to say it was a drafting issue from Bait. I think Nouns just clearly outplayed the side of Bait here in this game number 1. Like, pretty much every single lane, apart from maybe the bottom lane, went Nouns' way, and it's kind of the story of the patch when you're against a bounty hunter. It's like, you fall behind, it's very hard to keep up.
Yeah, it's really tough once you're behind. They needed a stronger start coming out there from Dendi on the mid. His matchup against Gunner. Again, I don't think it's completely unplayable for the Ember. he did go for the flame guard. He couldn't block out any of the damage, all of it's pure. So he kind of lost control in that lane really fast. And that's where it really fell apart. Because if the Ember can't make any plays for your team there, who's going to be making those plays? You've got a Magnus that typically goes for Harpoon and durability. The Blink is like a second or third item pickup nowadays. So he can't initiate. It's down to that Ember tempo. And it wasn't quite there. Again, down to this really clever last tick coming out from Nouns. So we've got to see some adjustments come out here from Bait, but Nouns, they played really well, especially in that last fight. We were just talking about it, right, Mike? Where they needed to be disciplined after dropping a couple of fights. They managed to do so. They keep their spacing really well. They force a solo RP to come out, and that just kind of ruins it for Bait. When they can't catch at least Yamson in that RP or Gunner, ideally both in the RP, you can't clear them out. You just can't handle these heroes.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. I don't blame Funnick for this loss, right? Because Funnick was probably the kind of the shining light for Bait in this game, because it feels like every other player on Bait just kind of fell apart from maybe Funnick, who was kind of giving them a chance back into it. There was that one really good team fight. I believe this one was it, where Gunner was fighting back. In fact, this one was not it, but nevertheless, there was one team fight that we saw where a big RP kind of sorted them out. In fact, it was on the mid racks. That's where it was, and it kind of almost felt like Bait were going to slowly start making a comeback. But I suppose that you still don't have enough time to farm up any big items. You know, you don't have time to secure Roshan as Bait. Now let's just go ahead and take it for themselves once again. And once you lose that secondary Rosh, it's just the game is as good as done.
Yeah, it just becomes so hard. Again, in one fight, they managed to, again, clear out Gunner and Yamson, but that was the Aegis and Cheese. That was the big difference maker in comparison to the fight directly before that, where they didn't have these tools on hand. The punishment from Bait was clean. And then, again, in that last fight down bot, they so declumped that Funnick couldn't find a big RP. It's just a rough game. I think Bait, they had this idea opening up with the Alec and the CM, but Nouns had a very clever way of just counteracting that with, again, this Timbersaw mid was pretty much the breaker there, just preventing Dendi from having that really fast impact that he'd want in the Ember. Just made it really difficult. And for Bait in the next game, I kind of want to see them, again, take things a bit differently. Maybe show us some of these things that Dendi might have been experimenting on. Heck, maybe even just consider grabbing something like the Witch Doctor yourself to take back mid, because I feel like that's still one of the best moments you've seen from Bait, and that was with Moose on hand, but that was probably one of the best performances we've seen from them, especially with Dendi, just playing aggressive with a Blink hero. If he gets started, he can really snowball hard.
Yeah, you look at the scoreboard as well here, Jonathan. Obviously there's a clear MVP in this game, and I believe it is Gunner, 23 and 11 on the Timbersaw, basically uncontested throughout the whole game. We saw him completely dominate the mid lane here against Dendi. It is Timber versus Ember. I suppose it can go either way, but Gunner just securing his own farm and just taking over. Obviously 23 and 11. You can't not give the man the MVP. He just pretty much stomped everyone on the side of Bait here in this game number one. And so there you go. MVP game one is going to be Gunner. Bait, of course, aren't out of it yet, though, John. Every series we do is a best of 3 series, so we are going to be going into a game 2 draft rather soon. Before we do head off, any quick changes you want to see for the draft for Bait before we do get into it?
Bring us some spicy stuff on mid from Dendi. Maybe that Earthshaker he's been playing in pubs, maybe that's what they have to pull out. I don't know, it wouldn't have laned well against Timbersaw, but you never know. Something different like that can shake things up. A little bit of flex on hand as well. We need to see some surprises here.
We certainly do, Jonathan. We're going to head off to a very short break, and right after the break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between Bait and Nouns. Don't go anywhere. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into Game 2's draft here between Nouns and, of course, Bait. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, Game 1 going the way of Nouns in quite a convincing fashion. Give us a bit of a recap of what you think needs to change here, Jonathan. Like for Bait, I think you said you wanted to see some spicy stuff, to quote you exactly, coming out from Bait. Give us some particular. I mean, you talked about the mid-earth shaker. Is there something else that you think's rather spicy here in the new patch that you'd like to see here from Bait?
To see actually an Underlord slide through. I think that here is really strong. We saw Funny kind of play it as well. I think Bait is a team that can capitalize on that Fiend's Gate really well. So I wouldn't mind stuff like that. It's a little bit interesting, but we do have the draft on hand, so we can see if some of that spice does slide through here. Now get to start with the Timbersaw again. And as a first pick, this should be more flex. This shouldn't just be Gunner's pick down mid, but it will make Bait think twice now, right? Like after that performance from Gunner on mid, crushing Dendi pretty convincingly. That was not a lane that looked playable at all for Dendi. It raises the question now, how do you kind of draft around this for Bait? How do you counteract this? Like, I don't know if you're going to be expecting it on mid once more. They do manage to pick up the Doom and the Rubik now. So this one, I don't mind too much. I think the Doom offlane is still really solid. We've seen some great Doom performances already in some of these early DPC matches coming out. So I like that coming in here. It just allows Funnick to have some impact, get some really stable farm ramping up. There's also some interesting itemization we've seen on Dooms recently. In Southeast Asia, we've seen Doom Octarine Rush with brown boots, and it paid off. So I'm keen to see if Funnick has anything in mind like that.
Yeah, I mean, very curious to see exactly what happens. Of course, Doom did receive some nerfs here in the recent patch 7.33c, but still seems like a rather strong hero nonetheless. Like the nerfs weren't really that bad, I feel like. So it's an Aghanim Shards nerf and the Devour Gold nerf. I mean, it really only feels that bad at level 1, I feel like, for the Devour Gold going from 50 to 30, but ultimately it's still basically the same hero. So I don't think it's changed too much. Bait going back for the Rubik as well. Going back to the point you were making earlier, like with the Timbersaw, it really is such a strong kind of drafting tool when you have a hero like Timber that both your mid player and your off lane player enjoy playing. Because we all know Moo loves playing the Timbersaw, one of his signatures. And, you know, if you did want to switch it up here in this game number 2, pretty easy to do so here for Nouns. Just depends on what they think the matchups are going to be like. But such a strong kind of drafting tool, mentally speaking, to try and kind of mess up the psyche of Bait going into Game 2's draft. And, well, again, we're kind of more curious to see exactly where Bait's going with this Game 2 draft. Because Game 1 was a pretty big stomp. At the very least, you don't have Bounty Hunter in the game anymore, so Bait may have given themselves a much better chance in this game too, knowing that you don't have that crazy snowball mechanic in the track available now for Nouns, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, even without the Bounty Hunter, it does feel like this is one of those kind of metas where, you know, it can get one-sided rather quickly, just based off the laning stages.
Yeah, it just snowballs really hard when you dominate. I think that's basically the repercussion of this patch. Like if you win early game, you get pretty much just even like 2-3 kills above your enemy team. You're at the like 3k advantage, it feels like, from the laning phase. And the best way to recover for the enemy team that's behind is really just to find your own kills, which in certain lineups, it's a little bit harder, especially in that last game with the Bounty Hunter. I think it just snowballs too hard. It's interesting to see as well. You talked about the mental warfare, or like some of these second thoughts Bait is having. Like they're forced to still ban out off lanes, right? They ban out the Witch Doctor. They ban out the Beastmaster as well of Mu. And again, in the end, for now, this could just be the offlane Timbersaw if the matchup looks good for it. I think Bait has to keep that in mind now when looking at the Stonebank hero as well, because now it still has that flex on hand, and you can still get Gunner something more standard or something more in line with what he loves on the mid. So it makes it a lot tougher. Bait are forced to ban out the Alk themselves now as well, as giving that away to Nouns is also pretty scary. I think the Alk versus Doom lane is honestly somewhat manageable for the Doom. I don't think you get curb stomped. You kind of just farm, and you can kind of pressure the Alchemist early on. You're high armor enough that the acid spray and unstable concoction isn't that scary, but just the safety net. They do go back for the same support though into the CM once more for Lodine. So, I mean, what can you do? You play CM once, you play it again.
I'm so positive Stolman did not want to play this. Lodine does not want to play this hero again, but here we are. It's I mean, look, I agree with you, John. It's obviously a very strong hero right now in the meta, Crystal Maiden, but it's just when you're getting stomped, man, this hero, it just it doesn't do anything for you. It just gives more gold back to the other team, and it's already looking like a very hard draft to go up against as a Crystal Maiden. You're against the Monkey King and an Earth Spirit now, both of which will enjoy very much fighting the Crystal Maiden. So happy days already by the looks of it for Nouns. And you look at this draft, it looks super aggressive. Like, this is one of those drafts where they're just not going to let you have any space. So you can see Gunnar smiling there for a moment as they were picking up those heroes. And it's kind of the thing, right? Like, Bates already kind of implied that they're going to play a slower game because they pick up the Doom now. So Doom's one of those heroes that does like to farm a little bit, considering you do go into the Midas, you go into the Devourer, and you kind of snowball off of that. But Nouns, they might not give you the breathing room, right? Like we saw this last game with the Alchemist. Like you just didn't have any space to be able to get the farm to take off. Might be a kind of similar story here for Bait if they're not too careful with this draft.
Yeah, for sure. Like this is a draft that, again, still kind of lacks play. You kind of want that to come out from Dendy's pickup. I think the Earth Spirit pick from Nouns is pretty interesting as that. Honestly, it could be mid. It could be off lane for Nouns. Like, there's a lot of options with this draft. You're not necessarily locking in the position of the Earth Spirit and the Timbersaw just yet. There's some flex play here on hand. So it all comes down to what Bait will want to do. And this is something that Nouns did a little bit in game one, right? Like, they flex the Timbersaw as well. They go for the last pick, Witch Doctor. They have that power in the last pick here. Like, they've got a lot of leeway of just deciding what they want to do. They don't have last pick overall, so playing that flex really hard is a little bit less safe, and I like the response coming out from Bait. They go for the Ursa, so now if you are running, say, the off-lane Timbersaw, it can be a little bit awkward, although, again, first few levels aren't too bad for Timbersaw. You can still bully out the Ursa, but Ursa CM is a much more consistently aggressive lane, and I do want Bait to kind of bring that out. We expected it last time with the Alchemist CM, not quite there. For sure, with the Ursa CM, you will want to gun for some of those kill opportunities.
Oh, absolutely. You kind of have to with the way that last game went. Like, you can't allow Noun to take off in the off lane once again, because we are going to see some final bans come out here from both these sides before we can finish off these drafts. I kind of question what we're lacking, right? Because again, like, both these drafts look rather flexible. I think Bait looks much more stock standard. Like, you expect the offlane Doom, you expect a POS 1 Ursa, but then you look at Nouns and it's like, is this going to be a support Monkey King? Is it going to be the carry Monkey King? Could it be a mid Monkey King? Could it be an offlane Earth Spirit, mid Earth Spirit, support Earth Spirit? What about the Timbersaw? Like, where's that going? It's all really up in the air right now for the side of Nouns. And I don't know, do you have any predictions to where these heroes are going, John?
Absolutely no predictions. I really can't tell. I think it's way too open for Nouns. I mean, they've all been having a really good laugh while the draft goes on. So I think they've got these ideas in mind. They've got some interesting ideas. They're bringing the spice, Mike. We talked about Bait bring us the spice. It's Nouns that still bring that spice out. So I think they're the spice masters right now. They're in control. They're in the kitchen. They're dictating how this dish will taste. And Bait, all they have right now is just to eat it. Try to eat it.
It's a rough position to be in, because I've heard Nouns are not the best cooks, Jonathan. Like, these guys, they don't look like they've been in the best of kitchens, I'll tell you.
I mean, when you have Neff managing you for that long, I don't think you really get to cook all that well. I'm sure. I mean, Neff, he caters to their needs. He doesn't let them cook.
I mean, isn't he a Burger King enjoyer? Is that what he said to me? He just eats fast food, doesn't he? He's a real degenerate, that guy. It's hard to know with him.
Yeah, I believe that was the meeting point they said to meet up with our number 1 and number 2 admins, Dougie and Nina.
Right.
Burger King.
Right. I did ask him once what his favorite vegetable was, and he asked me what a vegetable was. It was a very awkward situation for me. try and explain what a vegetable was to Nev. Nevertheless, Nouns, final pickup. Now have a think about it. I mean, obviously they've been smiling, they've been laughing, they seem very, very happy after that game one. How do you want to finish this draft off?
I wouldn't mind if they actually just go for a Yamsen hero. Like, go Monkey King support with Enchantress, go core Earth Spirit here, and last pick something for Yamsen. Like, up against the Ursa, something like a Naga doesn't look too bad. You don't have the best illusion cleared. CM, I guess, could do so with Freezing Field if the positioning's right, but Song kind of counteracts it. The lane against Doom's not the worst as well. For something like a Naga, maybe even something like the CK that Yamsen absolutely loves. Could be pretty alright. I can see it kind of being aggressive against Doom in the first 3 levels as well. I wouldn't mind either of those. They go with a Visage instead.
Okay.
So, again, the spice flowing through. Like, this is a really aggressive lineup from Nouns. There's a lot of push. There's a lot of output here. Their lanes look really strong. Like, if this is something like our move Visage offlane,
10 seconds
the
remaining.
question is what support's going with it? I think that's my question mark. Like, it could still be the Monkey King or Earth Spirit, and either one is actually fine with a Visage. So it's really just down. Like, the Nouns managed to hold on to that flex really nicely, as they can just focus in on what's better up against Dendi now.
We'll see, Dendi. He's going to take the Pango, so a bit of a hero that can kind of do everything, right? Like master of, well, jack of all trades, master of none kind of situation here for Dendi. So he'll pick up the Pango. Mu is going to be on the offlane Visage. It is going to be another mid Timbersaw here for Gunner. So at the very least now as Dendi, you do have the Swashbuckle to get away from the Timber. But in terms of the 1v1 matchup, it still seems rather tough for the Pango. I would argue, like that mid lane does not seem like it's going to be much fun here for Dendi.
Yeah, it's really bullyable by Gunner. I think if he plays the same style, Dendi's going to have to watch himself as a shutout lane for him again. He's going to have to set the tempo here. You're with an Ursa and a Doom. The Doom's going to want to farm up a little bit more. We know Funnick does have that tendency to farm, as we've seen from the past few tours. His offlane tends to be a little bit more build-up rather than early aggression. So Bait has to be ready to kind of counteract this aggression from Nouns, because this lineup just rolls fast. Like, you've got a lot of aggression coming out. This Visage and Earth Spirit lane looks really devastating by the time you hit level 2, level 3. Granted, a CM Ursa does punish that well. So there is some play there to punish if Lilith does overstep his bounds. And we need to see Bait kind of kick into their lanes a little bit better, especially that lane for Stonebank. Stonebank and Lodine, it's Ursa CM. Surely this lines up. You know, it's one of the more classic combos. Not quite as classic as, say, CM Jug, but it's up there in aggression.
They're up against the Visage, though, which is kind of my fear here if you are that safe lane of Bait, right? Like, the Visage is one of those heroes that can be pretty annoying to play against, even with this kind of broken combo of CM Ursa. So let's see how it all pans out. Game number 2 is now officially underway, so we can head into the game and see exactly what these two teams are going to get up to, as we do have a 5-on-5 smoke already, but it probably will just be for the sake of setting up for a first blood, get in that position, get ready for it, as Dominant needs to be very cautious about this warding vision. Gets a ward down, but they did spot him out. Nice little lift up, though. Does put Husky onto the cliff, and is actually going to be safe to get his way out. I thought Lelis might roll in, but he went for the boulder smash instead, and actually kicks down Husky off the cliff. So no TP necessary. Sadly, though, you don't get the first blood you really wanted.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You take away vision. That feels pretty big, honestly. That cliff spot is pretty useful for Dire side. So taking away that control, taking away the safety net of just, I guess, contesting the pulse, it's pretty good in stabilizing the lanes for now. And so you don't mind that too much. Bait are trying to sneak in a little bit. Maybe they find a flank here, but not going too hard.
Just a bit of damage onto the Ursa, not too big of a deal. We'll fight over the bounty runes, though, as they will spawn up. It's like Nouns should be able to secure 2, but at least for now, they've only got 1. Chase is on. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Problem is, Lodine's been caught out, and he is just dead. Husky able to secure the kill here on the Enchantress. And it's nice to get the 3 bounty runes, but giving the First Blood gold back the way of the Ench is not going to be the best feeling in the world for Lodi.
No, certainly not. And you know, it's been a rough series for Lodine on the CM. Again, he's got a decent enough lane with Ursa on hand, but they're going to need to wait for level 2, possibly level 3 to get aggressive in. And just jumping onto Visage is always a bit rough. They do manage to just trade a little bit with Husky. Don't have the lift to break that TP, so does bail out. I think the lane for Bait to watch out for is still that mid, as we were talking about, right? Like Dendi up against Gunnar. This has to be a better lane for Dendi. He has to make it better. Because if Gunnar gets off to that running start once more, I am a bit worried. Because it has to be the Pango setting that pace. And it feels like when we've seen a Pango not hit, say, a good timing on the defusal and not able to really run around, inhibit people, get the roll down, it feels really awkward to play it from behind when you're the only playmaker.
Stominant dropping low, but so is Yamsun. Yamsun does end up going down on the Monkey King. They do eventually pick off Stominant here with Husky, but a pretty big pick off already for Bait in this off lane. Svanik able to secure the position 1 of the side of Downs.
It sets a good tone. Again, coming out with much stronger laning starts here for Bait. And Funnick just sneaking away with a kill. It's a little bit harder for the Monkey King to just directly trade with Scorched Earth still being available. I am curious if Funnick will opt for more into the Devour, just because of that level 1 nerf being the most massive one for the Doom. But if he still goes for the aggressive, say, 1-3-1 build, this lane doesn't get that much easier for Yamsun. Like, Husky has to be on point with his positioning, on point with when he uses the enchant to slow them down a bit and trade those blows with the impetus, because this is not the safest lane for a Monkey. At the same time, once you do have, say, level 2 Jingu, it gets a lot more manageable.
Go for a bit of a chase now into Funny. Won't last for too long though. Stominant ensuring the chase does not continue. Now, how's that top lane going? Roll in. Stonebank going to find himself in a bit of danger, as it was a nice little setup there by Lelis, and with the Soul Assumption, they do secure his Lodine. He's still trying to go in, but he might die. He hasn't got the damage. Oh, he hasn't got the damage. Crystal Maiden problems. What can you do?
Yeah, Crystal Maiden problems. I mean, that nerf to Crystal Nova, right? Like,
yeah.
And that's actually a little bit of it coming into play there. And this is the one lane we need to see more coming out from Bait. But as you mentioned, up against a Visage, even trading is really difficult if Moo is just around to get that stacks of Soul Assumption up. And you can't really play that aggression you'd want to. We've seen Lelis be a little bit more patient on the Earth Spirit as well, just looking for boulder smashes around instead of just a roll in first. So allowing himself some room for error just in case, and not allowing himself to overextend and get into that zone where you can be punished by the Frostbite. Really, really disciplined play coming out from Nouns here.
Oh, absolutely. It's not too hard to land the boulder smash as well, especially if you get a nice little grave chill off to slow them down to set up. Stonebank, like, you've got the Earth Shock, but can be a little bit hard to avoid a nice boulder smash positioning from Lelis. You see Stonebank already feeling kind of nervous again in this top lane, though he does at least have 20 CS. So the farm is coming in on the Ursa, but he kind of gets the point that he's not invincible in this laning stage, and well, quite frankly, he might actually have the disadvantage now as the Ursa. They could look to chase him down once again if Lodine does venture too far away from the top lane. For now, though, it does seem like things are going to calm down a little bit. In fact, both lanes are quite calm at the moment. Neither side really getting too aggressive. Funnick, in the meantime, he has got the mana burn creep up, so does have that very annoying mana burn and constant mana regen coming in. Of course, you do see Gunnar chasing down Denny underneath the tier 1 tower, just because he can. Does have the level 2 reactive. Sadly for Dendy, there's just not much he can do about it.
Yeah, it's almost a repeat of game 1 in terms of his CS. Like, Gunnar's got this overwhelming start once more. It should be a lot harder for Gunnar to just look for the burst plays onto Dendi. But again, this is the Pangolier that kind of needs to make these plays. I'm hoping to see Bait probably just get successful support rotations by the 6-minute mark. Rune control just massive. Especially if you find a good spawn in the first rune, then that can open up some avenues for Dendi to get some angles in, get some aggression going on side lanes, catch up in these kills. Because this kind of laning start, it doesn't feel good.
Well, there is a bit of an appearance here from Lelis. Dendi, hanging around that tier 1, does commit the swashbuckle. And here comes Husky from the side. Dendi's got no way to escape this, I don't think. Though he does have help incoming. Stomin and Lodine are going to show up, trying to move in onto Lelis, and they will be able to secure the Earth Spirit eventually. Handing Dendi a kill on the Pangolier. Very nice rotations from the supportive bait. Ensuring their mid-Pango does not end up dropping in this scenario. Thankfully, they do show up at the perfect moment, because had they not, Dendi, he would have just been dead. In fact, now they'll try into Gunnar. He is a bit harder of a target to try and take down. Gunnar, still going to be just fine. Does pick up the Invis rune. In the meantime, though, Stonebank ends up going down on the Ursa.
It's a solo lane. It's a vulnerable Ursa into that Visage. They see the opportunity from Nouns. They get a good punishment off. Losing rune control there for bait kind of takes away the bite from that rotation.
Lift up on Yamsun. Funnick being blocked here by Husky. You do have the Jingu Mastery. Problem is he doesn't have the balance. Dendi, in the meantime, gonna miss this swashbuckle. Maybe would have had enough damage to secure the kill onto the Monkey King had he landed it. Now the chase is back on for Funnick. Boundless gonna land. They've got the enchant slow as well, but they don't even need it. Lelis does have the Boulder Smash to secure, and in the meantime, Lodine just getting dived to the tier 1 mid tower. He is gonna drop. Now sitting at 7-2 as they go for more. Stominan's been slowed up by the Blood Grenade. He's also gone. They'll hand the kill over to Yamsun. And look at that, John. Perfect timing. Wisdom runes are up. So both wisdom runes gonna go the way of Nouns.
It's going to feel great. So much EXP. With that buffed wisdom runes, it feels awful to lose it. And, you know, Mike, I heard that little chuckle when you saw Lodine die. You know, I heard that little chuckle of joy, you sicko.
Bottom. Stominant. They've got the Wild Wing Ripper creep now. Yamsun's going to get jumped. He needs some help right here, right now, though. He might get the Jingle off in time with the balance. He should be able to heal up and does do so just enough to walk away from Funnick. Stominant and Lodine, they do show up, unable to secure a kill off the Husky. There's now Stominant trying to move it onto Yamsun. Does have enough, just barely to secure the Monkey King kill. So in the end, Nouns maybe going a little bit too far. Still, Lodine is being chased down. Look at this, John. This is a hero losing to a neutral creep. Imagine that.
Okay, yeah, now that's worthy of a little bit of a chuckle. That's CM. That's the Wolves of Ice Rack right there.
It was just sad.
Yeah.
It's just
I don't get why CM's so proud of being as swift as the Wolves of Ice Rack. Those are some really bad wolves. Like they're very hungry and sad wolves, Mike.
Not a good cat, Jonathan. That they are. To be fair, Husky does have level 3 enchant, so the creeps do hit rather hard. Like, you've got the bonus, what is it, bonus 50 damage on the creep. So, you know, I'm trying to find some positives. See, I don't hate the CM that much, Jonathan. See? I'll be positive to all. Here we go. Lodine's going to pull off a play. I know it. I see something great happening here for Lodine.
Shut up, Mike. There you go. That's the play. That's the play. That's the play.
Imagine being a CM enjoyer. What can you do?
I don't need to imagine, Mike. I know that feeling.
Yeah,
I don't think I've touched this here in a long time. I mean, again, it's not that it's a bad hero right now. It's definitely in the meta. It's just they've not been able to really maximize it. And
Funnick.
Looking for Funnick.
They are. Funnick does have help now, though. Dendi is here. Doom's going to be popped. Swashbuckle does not connect. A nice little sidestep from Gunnar, and now the Boulder Smash. Landing on 2. Dendi, he has the Rolling Thunder, but he hasn't popped it. He'll just try to escape again. Roll is there, though. Lela's still chasing him down. They really want the kill onto the Pango. The Dendi still juking and jiving the best he possibly can, but it's too late. The Soul Assumption lands from Moo. That's going to be enough to secure the mid-Pango. And would you believe it? Gunnar's going to go for a chase onto Lodine. Though he misses the Chakram, that might be enough for Lodine to walk out. Soul Assumption does land, but it's not going to be enough.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And that's Doom committed from Funnick onto Gunner. It does literally nothing. Like, he's just fully healed up. They're not able to commit. I'm surprised Dendi just doesn't roll the rollout immediately. And Funnick, again?
And we chase down. Magnetize, Boulder Smash, everything connecting here from Lelis. Funnick, he's still a tanky boy, and Lelis doesn't actually get the refresh. He wanted to get on everyone, but kind of misses out. And with that, Funnick actually walks out of there as Lelis is the one to die.
That's a big play from Funnick. He cuts the tree that Gunner wants to go down to on the chain. And without that extra damage, without that extra space, he's able to run out. Like, that was actually really smart from Funnick. Just that little tree cut with his Quelling Blade gives him that opening.
Very, very nice here from Funnick. Problem is, though, the tier 1 mid tower is still going to be under siege, and you're seeing the win probability there, 75% for Nouns at the moment. Can I just say as well, Jonathan, big fan of this new phylactery item, if that's how you pronounce it. And on Visage, it actually seems so broken.
Oh yeah, it's a positive feedback loop. You're all probably always just gonna have the damage. Keep spamming out. All the stats are something Visage loves. It's just a little bit strange that it doesn't build into anything. Maybe down the line it will have an upgrade path, like say Witchblade when it got the Revenant's Brooch. So that's something down the line that I'm keen to seeing. But yeah, Visage is one of those heroes that uses it really well. And Moose basically got himself a free lane. They've taken over top. They're taking over the triangle. Really good boards. Once more coming out from Nouns to control both sides of the triangle this time. So your room to farm for Beta is limited. You're kind of stuck farming up on Funnick. He's still going back for the Midas after the Vanguard. You need Stonebank to hit that. Ooh. Timing on
Dendi.
Oh.
Dendi. Oh, he went for the pig stick and it kind of screwed him up. He could have swashbuckled away. It was only a 2-second cooldown. Stompman is also going to drop Husky with the impetus shot, able to secure. Nouns continue the domination here in this best of 3 series as bottom lane Bait. They are hanging around, looking at Yamsun, but Yamsun's the one hunting them now. Lowdyne, gonna get jumped, has no way out. Maybe could try for a deny on the Ancients, but can't even find that. And Nouns, they'll just continue this domination. Like, there's just no slowing these guys down.
That's a really big loss for Bait, not just in these kills bleeding out, but even just the Ancient stacks being taken away. That could have been a recovery path for Stonebank to at least help accelerate that farm post-Battle Fury. Now you don't have that. Again, you're lacking map control coming out. We're not seeing Dendi able to make these plays. And we talked about the timings in this Pangolier, Mike. The defusal is pretty stalled out. Like, it's 13 minutes in. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it doesn't feel like it's coming out fast enough now. No great role opportunities coming out for Dendi to play with as well. And Nouns just keep taking over this map. Like, it's shrinking. Sure, the map's bigger, but it just doesn't feel like Bait's gotten the room to even play around the extra map here.
Funnick. Yeah, Funnick's got no room either here, John. Roll this out from Lelis. Kick back, and Funnick is just as good as dead. There's no escape. Moo able to pick up another kill here on the Visage. And while we have a second, Jonathan, may I just say, in this phylactery item, right, I've got some new tech. I think I've already kind of mentioned it to you. But Oracle can dish out about 1.2k damage in 6 seconds with this phylactery item at level 7.
Yeah, it sounds fun. It sounds fun when you can manage to pick it up on something like your Oracle. I don't know if that'll get you flamed, though.
Let it be known, Jonathan, before anyone else picks up mid-Oracle. I'm saying it right here and now. This item, right? This item, you can burst anyone in 6 seconds with Oracle. I'm telling you right now. It's free MMR, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, yeah. It's good for the core Oracle. Like, I can see that coming out. It's pretty massive. I think in this game for the Visage, just the fact that it triggers on Soul Assumptions, on Grave Trail, it's pretty big. Additional slow on top of your slow already. It is not a good time. And again, just being a feedback loop with Soul Assumption stacks, it's kind of ridiculous. Bait, again, this lineup, it felt like they should have been able to find stronger lanes coming out. I had high hopes for CM Ursa. It just doesn't play out the way you wanted to on Bait. We saw Funnick kind of get off to a decent start, but again, the big sticker is just Dendi up against Gunner. Like, Gunner, again, going for the Timbersaw, has a good matchup against a melee hero, runs it down well, and it just leads to this out-of-control situation for Bait. 8k behind at 15 minutes in. They've got the Battle Fury up in Stonebank. He's got some stacks to clear out in the Ancients. He's got some farm. But that doesn't feel enough. You know, you're going to need something like Funix Blink, BKB to be up. That's still a ways off. Dendy's still trying to finish up the Diffusal Blade. Still quite a fair bit off. 400 gold away. Not too bad, but again, the timing just... It's not at the point where you can really dominate with that pickup anymore.
Panic. He's on the division right now, John. It's just so hard because the warding game of Nouns has been really on point. And they'll protect those wards very well. They will not allow anyone to get anywhere near that cliff. There's now the top tier 2 tower going to be under siege. With the Visage available, it makes it very, very quick to take down these tier 1, or rather tier 2s. There's Funnick getting caught by Lelis. He's going to be kicked back to the low ground, but they can't control him. There's Gunner. And they almost thought about popping the Doom there on Gunner, but there's just no real point to it. He probably still just would have walked away. At least they are delaying the top tier 2 tower going down just a little bit, but ultimately Nouns are just going to move back in and they will secure it. Just really no stopping it. They're not going to be able to find any form of a trade either.
At the least, they get room down bot to get Stonebank pushing on that bot tier 1. They've got Dendy just farming up. He's got his full Diffusal ready to go. So there should be some play. Again, whether or not it's enough is a different question. I think they've got to really connect well with Funnick, get some good Doom uses out, get some good chain stuns with a Rolling Thunder as well. Kind of try to get a good position for Lodine. Like, if you can, again, enable this freezing field to come true, you can still take these fights. It's just a little bit awkward with the angles.
At the very least, Stonebank now has a Blink Dagger up on the Ursa. So he does have some capability of joining his team and trying to fight back. In fact, we might see it right here and now because both teams are going to run right into each other. But this looks like it's favoring Nouns again, even by the tier 2 bottom tower. Gunner just shreds him. Oh, one whirling death and they just disappear.
They lined up for it. Like, the control was there from Moo with the 8 coming up. And just a good angle out from Gunner. These supports, they're just not that tanky. After the kill, straight into a push. You've got Visage and Inch. It doesn't take too long to melt these objectives. And for Bait, it's kind of getting out of control once more. Funny.
Yeah, being chased down. Pops the Doom. Gonna try and TP away. We'll be able to make it out. Just making sure he pops the Doom so he can TP as Lodine's gonna show up. They're gonna try and go for something. We'll find Lelis here on the Earth Spirit. So the Doom does end up paying off in the end as Gunner. Well, he's going to go for a bit of a run. Could try and fight back. In fact, he's doing a lot of damage. Chains away.
Ooh,
now a great balance by Yamsun. Oh, he lands on 3. Lodine's gone. Stonebank, he's going to try and fight back. Still chasing down Gunner.
Ooh.
Can't keep up with him. He's down as well. Oh, what a boundless strike from Yamsun.
Oh, man. I mean, you've got to feel good about that on Nouns. The angle, it just comes out. They line up. It's like a school assembly out there from Bait. And they just take them down. Really, really great patience coming out there from Nouns, baiting out with Gunner.
Look at this replay, John.
They just
Look
line
at
up.
that. This perfect. Like, he must have been so happy. Just pops the Wukons. He's like, oh, they're still there in a perfect line. Amazing.
That's the dream. You know, it's like Yamson's the school principal and he's out there finding students to punish. They're all lined up for him to take out the stick. I don't know if that happens in every school, Mike, but that's my experience.
Oh, not these days, Jonathan, but back in our day, you know, teachers, they had a lot more power, let me tell you. So they'll jump in onto the Doom now. Funnick is going to go down. Meanwhile, Yamsun, dropping rather low, is going to go down in the mid lane. So Yamsun, getting caught with his pants down here in mid, does end up dropping.
That's a pretty big kill for Bait to find. That's a massive streak on Yamsun. More than happy with kind of trading off there. It's not quite enough to reel this game back your way, but now you've got the BKB on Funnick. We still haven't seen the biggest rolls from Dendy. There's still that factor to kind of consider here for now. They haven't had to deal with the Pangolier, Rolling Thunder at all, I want to say. I feel like we haven't seen a roll at all, Mike. So Bait still has that play on hand. Just need to find the angles. They need to be a bit cautious clumping up. But again, if they find this position where Lodine's allowed to just freezing field up and you can hold them down with a Rolling Thunder, chase them down with your Ursa and Doom, you're not out of it for bait. It's just, it's difficult to see those angles at the moment, but you can't count them out.
You certainly can't, John. It's not as one-sided as last game. Like, this is certainly a game where you can make a pretty good comeback. Like, problem is Roshan's going on now, so Noun's gonna secure this one basically for free. Bait are gonna take the time to take their Tormentor in the meantime, and so they should be fine in doing so. Lodine, oh, be careful, sir. You'll be able to survive. The Tormentor almost got him. Nouns, they'll take the Roshan though. Aegis now up on Yamsun, so he'll have the secondary life available. And I suppose if you're Nouns, you're looking for a team fight into high ground. Whoopsie daisies. They'll smoke underneath vision. Stominan's still in the mid lane though. Does get caught, and with that, he's just as good as dead. Yamsun in the meantime has found Lodine. Lodine trying to run, but is going to get caught out by Lelis, and he is dead. Lelis wants a bit more, will not be able to catch Stonebank.
Yeah, but they've cleared out the supports. It, again, simplifies the process for the high ground. Not the longest response, considering how low in levels they are, so it's not the biggest opening, but you still have that for the tier 2. You can pressure the tier 3. This is where Bait has to pull out those big guns. We've got to see the roll from Denny. We've got to see this good angle come out from Funnick, and just everything will line up. If not, then this Rax will just fall.
That it will. Doom is out. They've got Gunner with that Doom. Yamsun, he's going to preemptively pop the Wukong's command, and they can't really fight into this. Funnick is just dropping so low as the Boundless. Not going to be quite there. Boundless turnaround here from Stominant. They are trying to chase down Moon, but Stonebank's gone. Lodine just runs right into his death. And now Dendi just trying to get out. Lelis is there. Spirit Vessel does connect. Magnetize out as well. Dendi should be able to survive through it and barely does. But they're forced to buy back to defend this mid-Rax. And Nouns, they lose an Earth Spirit, but that's about it. They'll back off with everyone else.
And again, Nouns, they protect Gunner really well. They kick him around. They just drag him away from that damage while he's doomed up. So you don't lose that big hero you want with a pretty massive streak on his back. And Bait forced to buy back. It's pretty big commitment coming out from Stonebank. It'll stall out his BKB. Again, we saw a decent enough fight. Like, that's as best of a Doom as you can hope for from Funnick without a blink. And as best of a connection you can hope for from Dendi as well without a roll. So it's showing some signs of life, but not quite enough to find an advantage or even a way of just reeling some control back in. Bait, they've got to play around like that. Maybe tighten it up a little bit more in execution. Again, once you get the blink up on Funnick, it kind of simplifies. You've got the Crimson Guard now to protect from that Monkey King. So you do have a lot more durability coming out from Bait. We'll have to see if that's going to be enough, though. Like, they still hit really damn hard outside of physical damage. Gunner is still a massive issue, and you've always got Husky with some great impetus shots if his positioning is right here.
Even the Ag's now up on Mu. That damn Silent as a Grave is now available on the Visage, so he's just even scarier in terms of that catch potential now as the Visage. Here we go, Nouns. We're going to try and move in onto that mid-Rax once again. Aegis is still up for a minute and a half. Keep in mind, Yamsun with the Deso and the Orb of Corrosion just has so much minus armor for these buildings. Minus 12 on this mid-Rax. And after the Assault Cuirass is gone, they just melt. As we'll move into the bottom tier 3 tower, they want Bait to try and force a fight here. Bait obviously not feeling too confident, but now they'll have the Ags up on Dendi. Mind you, he has no buyback gold available for this next team fight. But it is basically the all-in play here from Bait to try and make something work, as Yamsun does get stunned mid-tree jump, but he's going to be okay to find his way out. Husky will get lifted, but he's an Enchantress. He is not going to die.
Don't be mad.
And now the top Rax is the only one left standing, and now they're just casually walking towards it. Yamson still has 35 seconds for the Aegis. He kind of wants to die, and he will do so. Now Funnick getting caught out, forced to BKB up to be able to survive through the onslaught of Mu. They'll pop the Doom onto Yamson, but a nice geomagnetic grip from Lelis to pull him away. And it's kind of the thing with the new Earth Spirit shards as well, John. You could just kind of pull your allies away from that situation. There's not really too much Bait could have done about it.
With Doom down, this high ground defense, it's a lot harder. Like, they didn't have to commit anything from now. They still have that Wukong's as well.
Yamson still being targeted, but another grip away. Lelis just not allowing the big jump in, and now the Boundless strike into the Wukong's command. Yamson still being chased down, is eventually going to fall. So it's not a bad start for Bait, but can they keep going? The main problem is you've got Mu and Gunner to worry about. They're still hitting really hard. And they will take down Dendi. No buyback available on either Lodine or Dendi now as they go back towards the top racks. Tier 3 tower still standing, but not quite for long. It's now Stonebank. He'll jump in again. Mu's going to be the target, but look at the damage output. Stonebank is gone. So is Funnick. GG is called. They've seen enough. Another rough game here for the side of Bait, is now just so dominant in this best of 3 series, finding a 2-0 victory. And I'll tell you what, for the first series of the tour, John Downs, they're looking fantastic.
They look convincing in these 2 games. Bait, again, they're not able to bring out the spice that we were expecting. I really feel like I wanted to see something crazy like the Earthshaker mid. I think just catching them off guard. Instead, it's them dipping into this Gunner Timbersaw mid twice in a row. That really causes issues for Bait. Like, Dendi just doesn't have the impact he wants to early on. He has to play the playmaker because Funnick tends to be a little bit greedier on that off lane. Stonebank just plays naturally farming hero. So it's all down to the mid tempo, and it just doesn't come out. Now it's managed to suppress that really well.
That they do, Jonathan. A very kind of dominant series again here from the side of Nouns. And I mean, what can you do? I mean, this team obviously looking to try and secure a spot in top 2. Can't afford to lose any games, and they sure showed that they are not willing to lose any games whatsoever so far as Bait. Struggling to get anything done, and you're going to see the highlights here from game number 2. And it just wasn't really close. Like, you saw a few glimmers of hope here from Bait, but ultimately you can kill Yamson a couple times. It just doesn't seem to make a difference when you can rely on Gunner and Mu to still be powerhouses in those core roles. They were just an absolute nuisance here at this game once again. And of course, I want to kind of say as well, like, Bait are playing at somewhat of a disadvantage. Like, we know they're playing from their homes right now. So there's probably certainly some ping or lag issues that they are experiencing, to be absolutely fair to them. That might be why you see some plays just don't look, quite well coordinated from Bait right now. But, at the end of the day, obviously Nouns just still proving to be the better team.
Yeah, they play really disciplined. They know their timings. They play this aggression really well early on. And they just cover each other's backs really well. Bait, again, it's a little bit rough of a tour for them to have to play from home, but I didn't get. I still expected a little bit more coming out. It is rough. I think Nouns are just really hungry, and this is their last tour to kind of get themselves into a LAN outside of an invitational. So they have to pull out all the stops. We've seen quite a strong showing from them coming out here, because it used to be in previous tours you'd see Nouns kind of take maybe 3 games in a series. Maybe not being as clean, as consistent. It looks a lot more consistent here. Like, I don't think Bait is a team that you can kind of shrug off as well. Like, this is a team that has surprised us when they've looked good. They've looked really good. And now it's just looked way better this time around. No moment at all where it looked shaky. And just stellar performances all around. Like, Gunner 6-0-11, Mu 8-0-11, Mu just doing insane. Even Husky 9-0-12 on that bench. Just perfection almost.
Yeah, the dream inch game, but nevertheless, we're giving the MVP to Mu this game around. And yeah, Mu's been consistently good here throughout this series. Like, you saw both times, like, that offlane just completely dominated the safe lane of Bait. And Stonebank, his CS wasn't too bad during the laning stage. Just, you kind of talked about during the draft, like, with the CM Ursa, you kind of want to be aggressive once you get to that level 2, level 3 mark. And we just didn't see that happen. It was actually Lelis and Mu constantly being the aggressors here in this matchup, and obviously paying off every single time. So Mu, you hand the man the MVP as the Visage is having so much impact. Visage, I mean, it's one of those heroes right now. Like, you saw the item build up from Moo with that Phylactery, or however the hell you pronounce it, John. You know, I don't know how to speak English, but this could be one of those heroes that kind of turns out to be quite broken if you're not too careful.
Yeah, it's certainly a different build-up, but the domination in lane just emphasized even more in this patch. So I want to see if we see more of that Visage come out. Moose certainly looked amazing in this game. Again, just having a really good understanding, kind of repeating what happened in game 1, where Stonebank was also kind of farming in lane as the Alk, but it just kind of goes sideways by the time you hit minute 7. I think that's where it starts to really fall apart. Moo just having that great understanding on his power spikes on how to connect with Lelis to maximize their duo, and they just do a fantastic job on Nouns. So just a really clean performance coming out from Nouns, looking hopeful to contest for that number 2 spot. And you know, this is a good sign for things to come. Now we have to see them take that consistency from consistency in a series to consistency between series as well for Nouns, right? Like, we need to see them. I mean, they just need to win, and like, it's that simple, right? Like, if you want to go to a major, just win. So you can't afford any random losses here now. This sets a good precedent, but it's the last tour. It's our last time here in the DPC before we hit the international, before we hit Bali. So every single series counts. This is a good series to make us send a message out. Now you just have to follow through.
It's the hard part with Nouns' situation. Like, this is the NADPC situation, and we always talk about it, but you've got TSM and Shopify who basically always qualify top 2, no matter what, and Nouns is always so close every single time, yet so far. You know, it's just, all it takes is one series win against the top 2 teams, and then suddenly you're finally in the equation, right, of being able to qualify to the major. And it's just, I mean, we'll talk to them in a moment. We'll talk to somebody from Nouns in a moment and maybe kind of suss out exactly what they're changing up here to try and give themselves a good shot. Because it must be very mentally draining every single tour to think to yourself, there's only 2 matchups that matter, right? It's TSM, Shopify. That's the 2 matchups that we've really got to concentrate on. And every single time, it just doesn't really pan out. Sometimes it looks close. Sometimes it looks very one-sided. Though all of the time, it's not really in favor of Nouns. And I mean, the emotional damage that must happen, like, over a whole year, it's the same issue over and over and over again. It's the same mountain you're climbing, Jonathan, and you just can't get over that damn hurdle.
Yeah, it's almost reminiscent of some teams in Southeast Asia, right? Like, we have that storyline as well for usually our number 4 team. It's like on the edge. Maybe not as heartbreaking as I think for Nouns, as they've always been on the cusp. Yeah. So I'm just keen to see how well, again, they can maintain this composure and hopefully, again, just keep winning. Don't drop any random series and just gun for those top 2 teams. Just get a win there.
Absolutely. Well, we do have Yamsun coming in from Nouns to have a chat with us, so we'll get to talk with him and ask him a few questions. Yamsun, congratulations on your tour victory, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Hello, thank you. I'm doing very well. We're very excited to play the season, last DPC season, hoping to make a good impression.
Well, thank you so much, Yamsun. Going into it, I mean, game number 1, game number 2, you looked very, very dominant throughout both series. Do you think the new patch is going to favor you guys overall? Like, you guys seem like the kind of team that will kind of take full advantage of the fact that nobody knows exactly what's happening yet. Do you feel like this new patch is really favoring a team like Nouns?
I would say we're definitely very excited to be playing on a new patch, especially because the meta has been a little bit stale for a while. It is nice to switch things up and come up with things that people have not seen yet or done yet. I think we have some very good ideas going into this DPC, and I say that every season, but we're a little bit short of the finish line every single time. So hopefully we change the pattern that history has typically repeated for the NADPC this season, and we hope to do very well.
Talk to me about the mental state, right? Because you kind of just mentioned, like, it's the same story every time. Like, you guys in 3rd place behind TSM and Shopify. What does that do to the mental state of you guys, like, on the side of Nouns? Like, 'cause it must be pretty tough over and over again. It's the same hurdle that you have to try and overcome.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit difficult to deal with at times, but we kind of just keep our eyes on the goal. we want to qualify to TI and do well. And we've also gotten some pretty good opportunities to test our limits and ideas, such as the previous Dream League tournament this year. So overall, I would say this year the feeling is kind of in the background for the most part. No one is really that upset about not going to the last two majors. I think it is important for us to just stay focused on the common goal, and then maybe Valve will give us 3 slots next season if NA shows themselves well enough this year.
I certainly hope so, Yamson. Going back to the patch for a moment, I mean, do you kind of err on the side of liking the patch, or do you kind of find it a bit too broken? I mean, I realize it's new, so you're happy that it's not stale anymore, but do you think it's a good patch, or are we in a bit too much of a kind of snowbally patch, do you think?
I think it is a pretty good patch so far. Obviously, there's some stuff that still needs fine-tuning, like, you know, people discovered Medusa was just the most broken hero at the major. There could be another hero like that is in the game and people don't know about. I like what they're trying to do to the map play and the economy. I think the new patch encourages brawling for objectives a lot, especially with the last sub-patch where the wisdom rooms have basically doubled in importance pretty much with the change of giving 2 people XP. So it's nice to see that they're encouraging objective gaming, which, you know, before there was not a lot of it. People were kind of just farming a lot towards the end of the last patch. And yeah, there is some stuff yet to be discovered, but I would say I am enjoying it so far. Winning a lot of games.
That's great to hear. Winning games is always a good feeling. I am curious, you mentioned your experience in Dream League just a little bit there. What was the biggest takeaway you feel like for Nouns coming out of that tournament? Like, what did you guys as a team learn? Maybe what did you personally learn from that exposure to an international land?
I think we learned that our ideas are good enough to beat a lot of the top teams in the world, and that it comes down to execution and a bit of outside of game stuff. We really are focusing a lot more on the mental aspect of Dota this season around. And we have a lot of additional resources this time around as well to help in that regard, which is something we've been looking forward to for a very long time. So hopefully that, alongside the new patch, is enough of a wave of change to propel us in the correct direction going forward into the season.
All right. And I'm curious, like, coming out from this game, what do you feel like is one thing that you feel like as a team you guys kind of need to focus on even more? You touch on a little bit of that, but what do you think is the one thing that you want to see improve going forward for you guys here?
Probably just the forgetful core deaths. I know we were in a stomping position these games, but I think me and Moo got a little bored at some point and had pretty bad deaths overall. The game wasn't as clean as it could have been. I know we had a zero kill game last season against these guys, so I'm sure there was a world where we could repeat that, but just think being mindful of the limits that are available to us as cores in this patch. And I think games get a lot easier when you don't feed, so die less, pretty much.
All right, thank you very much, Yamson. Yeah, just don't die.
Just don't die. One generic question before we do let you go, Yamson. You've got DogChamp up next in your next series of 2 or 3. Do you feel like they're going to put up a good fight against you guys, or do you feel like it's just going to be an easy matchup for Nouns?
I'm a little. I have some opinions on the situation. You know, the 4 of them kind of did just dodge relegation. There's a lot of my friends on that team, so I always look forward to playing against my friends, but they got to really prove that they deserve to be in Division 1 again, and that they're abusing the system for a good purpose, you know. So I would like to beat them, yes. I think it will not be the end of the world. I think it'll be a fair match.
All right. Thank you so much, Yamson. Congratulations on your victory once again, and I hope you have a fantastic day ahead of you.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. I was so close to getting a base take there on DogChamp from Yamson. I was so close. He thought about it. I could see it. He was thinking about giving me a base take, but, you know, it's his friends. He's going to hold back for a little bit. Maybe we'll get to speak to him after the series against DogChamp, assuming Nouns win, and, you know, maybe we'll get a base take then. Nevertheless, again, congratulations to Nouns, 2-0 victory against Bait. Jonathan, Hype series coming up, the series of the whole tour. On the first day, once again, Shopify Rebellion against TSM for our second matchup here. What a matchup we've got on our hands. Obviously, I believe there's a bit of break time before we get there, but nevertheless, talk to me about this one, John.
I mean, this is the show stealer, right? This is the headliner of the NADPC. And I like that it's kind of front-loaded because it shows us which team's going to be under pressure for the rest of the tour to not drop a series. I mean, will it be Shopify Rebellion again losing to TSM? They're one kryptonite in the DPC. Will TSM finally get code broken here and Shopify comes on top? And, you know, if TSM does take that loss, it opens up a real possibility for Nouns. I think that's actually the ideal scenario here for Nouns. But who knows? I think TSM's proven that they've got a really good read on Shopify Rebellion in every single matchup they've had. So this is a spicy one, Mike, for very good reason, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we are going to be back very, very soon, I'm sure, to get this series underway here between TSM and Shopify Rebellion. So don't go anywhere. For now, it is MLP Donut on X Fire, and we are going to head off to a break. But right after that break, we'll be back with our next matchup. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into our second series of the night. It's, of course, going to be the hypest matchup of the whole NADPC. It's Shopify Rebellion against TSM. And it's MLP Dota and John X5 joining you for this one. Jonathan, here we go again. First day of the NADPC. We've got the best series between these two teams. You've already said it quite a few times. 2-1, TSM beats out Shopify Rebellion. 2-2, TSM beats out Shopify Rebellion. Are we going to go for a three-peat? Is it going to be TSM beating out Shopify Rebellion?
Well, I think it's a little bit rockier on this new patch. We've already seen these two teams play against each other in Berlin. And it's funny because you look at the historic scoreline between TSM and Shopify Rebellion. Tour 1, 2-0, TSM. Tour 2, 2-1 for TSM. Ooh. And then you get into Dream League, into Dream League first. Shopify Rebellion draws TSM 1-1 in groups, and then they get the 2-0 win over TSM downline. So, you know, it's on a backward trend there for TSM. I think Shopify Rebellion, they've looked pretty solid in this patch. They've had a little bit more time, especially in Berlin, to kind of play through as well, going a lot further. So having those two extra series, which, to be fair, also didn't quite work out for Shopify Rebellion. They're just dropping 2 best of 3s in a row, but kind of... I don't know if I want to say this, but reminiscent of what happened at TI as well, where they lost 2 series back-to-back. So a little bit rough for Shopify Rebellion, but I think they are in a better position in this patch. Like with the extra experience, with their stronger understanding of what TSM does, I think they're much more prepared. So assuming that the result is Shopify Rebellion taking that win, as we see their beautiful lineup show up here, all faces we are very familiar with. If Shopify Rebellion do take this win, if TSM takes that loss, it opens a very real possibility for Nouns to take over, right? That's the real big decider here. I think if TSM wins, that hope is a lot harder for Nouns, as it's really hard to see Shopify Rebellion dropping any other series. But this is kind of the decider, not just for the top 2, but literally for who gets to sneak in as well, whether or not TSM maintains their control in going to the majors for the region, or whether someone else can rise up here.
Yeah, so you think to yourself, like, you think Nouns has a better shot at beating TSM than they do Shopify, is what you're saying, right? Like, it's kind of hard to say that, right? Because TSM's also an amazing team, but I kind of understand where you're coming from, because it does feel like every time we've seen Nouns vs Shopify, it just doesn't really come anywhere near where you need to be. But I feel like Nouns vs TSM has maybe proven to be a little bit closer in terms of their own matchups. But, maybe we're just speculating here. Maybe it's just still going to be still the top two teams could be these two. I mean, who the hell knows, Jonathan? At the very least, I want to see an interesting matchup. We've got a new patch for these two to play on. I can't wait to see what happens. I mean, TSM could just beat them 3 times in a row for every tour. I mean, that could be just what happens, or Shopify could finally get some revenge. I know for a fact the boys at Shopify were not happy after those 2 losses. Like, these series mean so much, and every team cares so much about TI. It's going to be so infuriating. Like, you get to every major, Shopify Rebellion, generally speaking, places better than TSM. But when it comes to NADPC, TSM always has their number.
Yeah, it's always this deciding series that kind of knocks them down from points. Like, they're not in as much of a secure position in terms of DPC points as well because of those placements in the tour. 30 points behind TSM, which is it's significant enough for, let's say, down the line in a point tiebreaker situation, right? Like we've seen that in the last TI road where Outsiders had a little bit of a rough time with the rounding errors and Fnatic snuck their way in. So those 30 points matter a lot. No, those losses early on in the tour matter a lot. And as you go on in the tour cycle towards TI, every tour gets a few more points, right? Like this is, I think, 500 points for first place now. So it's a lot more. It's really important for you to find that win. Like you've got to get those points.
That's the crazy thing about DPC, right? Because it's like winning the tour, coming first in the tour means more than like placing second, right, in a major, which is pretty insane if you think about it. But what was it? I think it's Gaming Gladiators have not qualified for TI, but Liquid have, if I remember correctly, which is kind of crazy considering that they've won 2 majors in a row, but they haven't actually confirmed their position. I mean, we all know they're probably going to go to TI at this point, but you get my point, John. It's kind of craziness that, first place means that much in the tour, but that's where we are. And that's why this matchup means so much, because chances are winner of this matchup will probably place first in the whole Tour 3, for NADPC that is. And chances are that will secure your spot to TI, whether you do well at the major or not. So it means a lot to these guys.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot riding on the line. So I'm keen to see what both teams bring. Again, we've talked about the history of both teams. It's been a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of history with the matchup as well, not just in what they've played in the past few tours, but also in just the players, right? Saberlight was from TSM. We always hear some shade going back and forth between Moon and Saberlight. It's always fun to kind of see that, especially in Tour 1. I remember Saberlight said something about, I forget the specific, what was it, a reel or a TikTok that he posted? One of those, I don't know about social media. I'm too old for that, but he made that post and it's like, and then they got 2-0'd, and I found that very hilarious.
It's just one of those things. I mean, you're part of TSM. Like they know what to do against Saberlight. Like I feel like for the first 2 tours, he hasn't had enough time to really come up with a different play style that TSM doesn't quite understand. And I think this is where the new patch may favor Shopify now, because it's like, it's a clean slate, right? The canvas is blank. Nobody knows what's... Sure, we've played a major. Sure, we've played some games on the new patch, but this is 7.33C, Jonathan. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. We're about to find out very, very soon, but I can't wait to see who pulls off the victory here. Again, TSM, 2 in a row in terms of 2 DPC tours. Shopify Rebellion looking to get a bit of revenge. And don't forget as well, the coaches are always going back and forth. Like Moon Meander loves giving shit to Bulba, he's a bit more conservative. He doesn't say too much about Moon Meander, but I've heard a few words from him in some interviews. Bulba, I think it does get to him when he loses to TSM. And I mean, I think they really, really dislike it, Jonathan, if not hate losing to this team. So let's see what happens. This matchup means a lot for the coaches, John. This is a new patch. Like drafting means a hell of a lot right now, I'd argue.
Yeah. I mean, a lot, I feel like, is decided from the draft. What do you allow through? What can you manage in this meta? Say you ban out the Dusa. Are you going to leave in the Doom? Are you going to leave in the Underlord? These feel like the next core hero. Are you going to be looking to allow the Void Spirit through? Will you be able to pick up something like the Void Spirit? Like, there's a lot to think about. And again, since the change to bans just being 2 bans in the first phase, I always felt like it made drafting more exciting because you get more of these wild card first picks coming in. So I'm curious to see what either side kind of allows through. I feel like it feels like the offlane is where the overlap is kind of pretty big with Kasane and Saberlight, at least in terms of Doom and Underlord being really top picks. So I'm wanting to see which takes priority, whether or not maybe Shopify Rebellion leans into something like the Lycan. We've seen the Lycan kind of pop through as well every now and again now, coming back in. So, like the offlane hero pool is what I'm interested to see. So I'm keen to see how kind of both coaches read this matchup now, considering all that experience. And again, considering the additional LAN experience that Shopify has gotten over TSM. So I want to see what's going to happen.
Well, we're about to see what's going to happen, Jonathan. The draft is underway, so we can bring that up and see exactly where these two teams are headed. Because you talked about bans, Jonathan. I mean, we've been seeing Medusa get banned out a lot. I imagine we're going to see that removed as well. Bounty Hunter, very popular right now if either side wants to get rid of it. There's the Doom you talked about, which is obviously going to be very popular between the two off lanes of these two teams. Rubik also banned us. We don't have a Bounty Hunter ban. We don't have a Medusa ban. It's going to be interesting to see if it does get removed now, or whether one team is going to risk giving it away.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams risk giving the Medusa away. We witnessed this in Southeast Asia to very peculiar results. The Medusa being allowed to. It feels like at some point it's manageable, then after a while it's not. Then after a little bit longer, it suddenly becomes manageable again, depending on the heroes you have. I'm keen to see if TSM just double down and just take out the Underlord. I feel like that's a very scary tool to give Saberlight. It's a very good hero right now. It gives you way too much. And Shopify Rebellion is a team that plays around Fiend's Gate really well. They're able to coordinate into those plays. Saberlight can use it to kind of port people out, port himself into these fights, get some really funky angles out. So I wouldn't mind just the double offlane bans from TSM. But it leaves, again, that wider pool you talked about, like Bounty Hunter, Medusa, Alchemist being completely ignored here as well. There are way too many options to be worried about here.
That there is. One ban to go for TSM. They're really thinking about this ban. They'll get rid of the
there you go.
Fair enough.
Double offlane. But Beastmaster's allowed through. This is another Saberlight special. And quite frankly, Beastmaster first pick, it doesn't feel like you can really counteract it now. Like, normally the answer is, safe laners that deal with Boar, right? Like, PA sometimes an answer, CM, Enchantress, Gen, just to take away that Boar in lane. But even if you do that now, Axes feel really good. Like, I feel like Axes has been a pretty viable build for a while, but now with the alternative, just going for auras instead of the Overlord rush, although you tend to still rush the Overlord, but you're not kind of constrained to that anymore. It feels like the Beastmaster is just a much safer opener.
I mean, why they hold on? I personally, like, while the hero does feel stable, I wasn't the biggest fan of Beastmaster right now personally, but I suppose it kind of goes back to the fact that Saberlight enjoys it. It's a micro hero that he's played for a long time, and like you said, it's still strong, right? It still has its advantages. It's still something you can just rely on, and you just kind of understand it's a very simple game plan with the Beastmaster. I suppose in this new kind of patch as well, like considering how big the maps become, the Hawks just have so much more emphasis now. Like, there's just so much more impact with the vision game you can get. As Terrorblade is picked up by Shopify Rebellion, TSM going right into the Silencer Arc. So things haven't shifted too much so far in terms of draft. Things have shifted with Arteezy's haircut, though. My goodness, that looks fantastic.
Yeah, he's rocking it. Looks great. I wanted to say one thing as well. For some reason, when I see the Shopify Rebellion team house, it reminds me of a classroom. Like, that's like a blackboard behind them. I mean, it's not. But it gives me very vivid high school memories for some reason, Mike.
And Abed has the high school haircut that you used to see as well. The center split, I believe we used to call it.
Yeah, he does. He is rocking it.
That's perfect.
Seeing Bulba sitting there behind, it's like the professor in lab. In your lab class. It just feels like a classroom. They're all in uniform.
Yeah.
There's something about it just giving me that vibe. On the draft a little bit, rushing into the Alchemist and then getting this Terrorblade matchup, it feels really good for Shopify. I think this is a matchup that Alk does not feel good in unless he just maintains his gold lead. right? Like it's the classic Alk issue where you don't want to play even into the Terrorblade. You do need your item advantage. You want to maintain at least a 4K gold advantage by 15 on the Alk alone. I think that's your goal. 2 to 4K at 15, then just kind of build that up and then maintain it minimum 4K. So one major item ahead of the Terrorblade by 25-30 going onwards. You want to be at least an item ahead, and that's easier said than done. We've seen some slower Alchemist games come out. I think the lane matchup against Beastmaster it's manageable. It can be something you get aggressive on if the Beastmaster overextends on the creep wave. The Beastmaster, though, still has angles to play both the Boars and the Axes here. Although Axes against the Silencer is a little bit tougher. So I can see maybe just the classic Boar build-up here for Saberlight offlane, which again plays into his style. You mentioned the Zoo. It still comes into play here, especially since he's probably just going to be forced to go that way anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you were just having a glimpse at the Ignition God as well, Jonathan. PSA, his Facebook was hacked, but, he is the Ignition God after all, Jonathan,
Wait, what's
it happens. White Mons?
It was? Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I'm guessing you didn't see his Facebook. Never mind. You don't want to see it, John. Don't look at it.
5 seconds remaining.
Anyway.
This is very funny to me. I don't know why. This is not a good thing happen, but it's very funny. I don't know why. It's just very Southeast Asia.
It's very ironic considering he is called the Ignition God, John. I mean, you know the song. Anyway, moving on. Final bans to come out before we can continue with these drafts. Very serious faces, I might add, from both teams as well. I mean, the only person smiling was basically just Whitemon, and that just kind of comes with the territory with Whitemon. He literally just never stops.
Yeah, he never stops. He's always hyped up. I was trying to goad him into potentially doing our interview. He just dodged. He's like, I don't trust you. Like, Whitemon, I've talked to you in our old CDPC media days. I got you to say some good stuff.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to talk to us now. He's too big for us, Mike. He moves to... See, this is the thing. A C player goes to NA, they're like, oh, we're too good for you now. Abed, he doesn't even talk to me when we see him at a LAN. He just gives me nods and head shakes. That's our communication. That's it. Not a word.
I can vouch for that as well. I was there. John did get ignored quite hard. It was pretty sad to watch. Not gonna lie. Sorry about that, John.
The only thing I asked him was like, are you coming back? See, and he gave me the strongest head shake. Like he was disgusted by the idea. No.
Yeah, no. Stupid question. See you later, John. Oh, TSN. Third pickup now. Do we see anything spicy? Do they shake things up here? Are we going for the standard game one kind of draft where we just play it safe? We go with what we know and... Well, they're going to pick up the Keeper of the Light. Why the hell not?
I kind of like that coming out here. I think Kotl and Alchemist is actually pretty decent in terms of getting some aggression out down the line. Like even just spamming out Unstable Concoction in a fight is pretty good. It's not your natural Kotl combination, but it kind of deals with the Terrorblade early on as well, with the magic damage you do have. So you have some good damage to play with to just clear out some of these illusions early on, get some control in the lanes. The response from Shopify Rebellion, though, is straight into the Ember. You don't have that in mid disables on TSM. Like Kotl and Silencer, you can still lock in the Ember with Global Silence, but laning phase-wise or with that ult down, it does feel pretty free for Abed to dance around here.
5 seconds remaining.
It certainly does for now. Fourth pick up here from Shopify. Have they left 2 supports for their final pickups? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yep.
So, not something we usually see, right? As they do go for the Mirana pick. Fair enough. I mean, again, like I'm kind of half expecting like a POS 4 Ember or something to happen here from Shopify Rebellion. It's not something you generally see. The support duo of all things gets left behind for the final pickups, and I say left behind. They get prioritized in some sense, mind you. Supports did get some very nice buffs with the Wisdom runes and the XP buff with the stacks being made. So, maybe that's the meta now, John. Maybe we just save support duos till the last pickups.
I mean, to be fair, on that point here, Mike, like this Beastmaster plus Mirana, right? You stack up for the Beastmaster, you're going to get that EXP gain on the Mirana. You're just going to be leaving that lane anyway, as it can be soloable. So we could see that into play here immediately. TSM going for that Timbersaw pickup, so you have a really strong solution. And once more, up against that Terrorblade lane, you've got Kotl, Timbersaw coming out here. It's a really solid response. You do have enough control from Shopify. It does feel like you've got enough damage to deal with the Timbersaw down the line with some itemization. So it's not the biggest worry in the world. But the Timbersaw, if it does get off to that strong start, if it suppresses that lane of Arteezy, then that's where things start to feel awkward. Again, the key here for TSM is to get that strong laning start, to get that item advantage up on your Alchemist. And if your Timbersaw can suppress the Terrorblade long enough for you to build into that 2k, 4k gold on that one hero, that's where TSM will start to shine. So I like this build-up from TSM to kind of reach that win condition for themselves. Unless they flex that Alchemist offlane, as we are seeing stuff like the Medusa being banned out. Or Alchemist mid. I think offlane's where they lean into it. They do flex it on TSM.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll
Actually,
see.
they flex it on both. Yeah, Pharrell and Kasani play it.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll have to wait out these final bans. A Medusa ban is going to be there from Shopify. TSM focusing on POS 5s now for Fly, or maybe even POS 4s. They'll get rid of the Enchantress. It's just not something I was expecting from this draft phase for both supports to be left till the to the last moments here for Shopify.
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left for this final ban for Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, they're focusing on the position 1s right now by the looks of it.
Yeah. I think they seem to understand that there is a lot of flex potential for the Alchemist for TSM. They play it on every core role. So they just kind of want to cover their bases. Medusa is just not something you want to have to deal with. You don't have someone that naturally builds into the diffusal. And they take care of the Slark as well, which is fairly slippery against this lineup. So just remove a hero that needs that consistent roar on, as you kind of have a lot of heroes to want to lock in, and you only really have what? Roar and chains into arrows, which again isn't the most reliable, not the most AoE control as well, to kind of just stop a Timbersaw and an Alchemist from wreaking havoc in the middle of a fight. So these are pretty respectable bans, but TSM will have to show that flex when they pick up. They have last pick overall, so they can counteract what Shopify is going to look for in their support pick here.
Let's see if it is going to be a support pick. I mean, you just never know with this team.
Oh no. Yeah, the wildest tech I can think of is a support Terrorblade. We saw that in C last tour. It is not.
I mean, certainly was not, Jonathan. I do remember that game.
Okay,
They go for the AA. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, it's a good pick against the Alchemist and the Timber, right? You kind of kill two birds with one stone here. You know, just the Ice Blast is just so effective against these two heroes. Hell, even the Keeper of the Light heal not going to be quite as impactful if the Ice Blast does land.
10 seconds.
Of course, AA's turned into one of those supports that can transition into a core as the game goes on. If it does go long enough, you can get some pretty ridiculous itemization and just kind of get going from that point. But it is pretty much all going to be about the Ice Blast landing, I think. TSM? Do they need a carry? Do they need a mid? It does seem like they want a mid. So they'll go for the Void Spirit pickup. Hero obviously very, very strong at the moment. Even if it did get nerfed recently, it still seems like it's going to be very, very potent. And there you go, Jonathan. 2 drafts finished. Do you feel like one of them came out on top of the other here?
I honestly feel like it's fairly even. We talked about the conditions on TSM. So as a safe lane Alch, again, it's that item advantage you want to secure 2k early on, maintain a 4k lead at minimum to feel good in the Alch up against a Terrorblade matchup. I think the Terrorblade can overtake you on equal farm, and it gets really downhill once the Terrorblade gets an item advantage, especially once you reach the point where you've got Scotties up. That's where the Alchemist feels really awkward. You've got really good solutions from Shopify. In terms of execution, I would maybe lean towards Shopify a little bit more. I think this lineup it plays into the snowball a little bit better. Like, sure, you don't have the best teamfight control coming out, but you've always got arrow. At Chain's arrow combination, you've got Roar Arrow, you've got Roar Ice Blast on top. So when you are gunning for these hero pickoffs, Shopify can play around that tempo really well. Whereas for TSM, they only have really one stun. Outside of the Void Spirit, you've got Unstable Concoction. So locking in something like the Ember is going to be a little bit harder. I think you've got a lot of leeway for Orbit to dance around. And for TSM, it's really down to lanes. Like they've got to really win out, especially in Kasane's lane. I think that's key. You have to shut down RTZ from that build-up early on to ensure Tomato can have earlier impact, earlier timings in comparison to that TV here.
Well, I'm very curious to see how this game number 1 goes. Of course, we will be heading into the game in any moment now as it has begun. Of course, 2-1, TSM got a 2-0 victory against Shopify, 2-2, a 2-1 victory against Shopify, 2-3. Well, we'll find out very soon exactly what the scoreline is going to be between these two. As we can head into game number 1 between Shopify Rebellion and TSM. Obviously, John X Fire seems to favor the Shopify draft. I don't know how to feel, Jonathan, right? Because it's just... This draft of TSM does scare me purely based off the fact that they've got this damn Void Spirit. And I gotta tell you, every time I played against this hero and every time I watch this hero, it feels bonkers.
Yeah, it really is. I can't believe they actually buffed up your damage gain per stat. It's a lot. Like it adds up even with the base damage nerfs that Universal Heroes received across the board. This hero is still really durable because of the build-up. It does a lot.
30
And
seconds to battle.
I don't know if you have more leeway here for Brawl to be slippery. I mean, again, Roar is pretty stable and kind of dealing with you. Granted, it's almost all just single target control, but I don't know if you can really dance around as much for Brawl unless he catches the backline really well. And I feel like in regards to that Void Spirit, there's a lot of pressure mainly on Saberlight and probably just Abed and Crit to nail that control early on to prevent Brawl from just dancing around here as well.
Begins.
Oh, Batteroons. Not any fights to break out, it seems. It should be a 2-for-2 trade anyway. Shopify able to find the bottom ones, and of course TSM, they do find the top bounties. So 2-for-2 trade. We'll get right into the laning stage, and very curious to see how these lanes do break out. Of course, we do start with the mid lane, where you do have Abed against Brawl. So the Void Spirit versus the Ember Spirit matchup does kind of feel like these days the Void Spirit just has the inherent advantage, but it can be very close, right? Like any Spirit versus Spirit matchup, especially these two, it feels like it really does go either way. Zabed already trying to just force Brawl out with the Flame Guard damage. But it does feel like it's one of those matchups where you've got to outplay each other.
Yeah, it's all down to how well you can land your Aether Remnants to harass from Brawl. I think when it comes to direct right-click trades, it does feel maybe a little bit snappier on the Void Spirit. Again, just starting off with the Iron Branches plus the Circlet, the stats do add up a little bit better on the Void Spirit to trade favorably. But you do have counterplay. I do feel like once you hit level 3 to 4, pre-6, it's actually a little bit better for the Void Spirit, just because, again, his right-clicks are pretty damn high. Like, the Universal Hero type's really something else.
Yeah. Another nice Aether Remnant as well from Brawl, but this time Abed by his tier 1 tower is going to remain quite safe. Of course, we should have a chance to look at the side lanes as well. Maybe bottom lane, perhaps, where you are going to see Kasane and Ari against Fly, and of course Arteezy. Now, you'd have to make the argument that Kasane should have a pretty good time with this Timbersaw down at the bottom lane. Maybe not yet, but as the levels do go up, it's going to be quite hard to contest this Timber.
It's a lot of output, but in those first 2 levels, that's where this Timbersaw can be a little bit dicey.
Oh, Ari. Running Light is there, trying to force his way out of this one. He's going to be okay. Is now Kasane looking to turn things around, almost deleting Arteezy. Survives on 23 HP. Shopify trying to get as aggressive as they possibly can on these earlier levels, because that's really all they can do in this laning stage. And well, sadly for them, it doesn't really work out, but at least they've left Kasane with no regen. He kind of has to rely on the level 1 reactive armor now to regen up.
Yeah, you're in pretty good position for TSM forcing out the Metamorphosis like that, and it doesn't net a kill. So you know you've got an opening for at least a minute 40 where you can kind of try to gun to bully out Arteezy, line up for that kill. Once you hit those level spikes, it does become a lot easier. You've got the Chakra up on Ari now, so the spam can come through from Kasane. But Fly's done a great job of just harassing out with Chill and Touch. So zoning out pretty hard, just not allowing the angles to come out from Kasane. Looking up top here, Tomato and Whitemon on that Alchemist and the Silencer up against Crit on the Mirana and Saberlight on that Beastmaster. Again, you are forced to go for the boars here. You don't want to go Axis up against a Silencer. So it does prevent you from just trying to go for direct kills, but at the same time, it's still a stable enough lane for Saberlight. Like, he is still farming a little bit better. Crit's getting some good spacing out as well. Tomato's still getting some decent farm, but not as much as you'd probably want in the Alp early on.
Oh, nice little stun onto Crit. Last word silence is going to kick in as well. Crit's going to be just fine to walk away. Not too much action happening at this top lane, but like you said, Saberlight's having a pretty good time on the Beastmaster. Tomato not struggling too much, but not CSing as much as he would like, I'm sure. They are really trying to harass him out now. Whitemon and Tomato being chased top lane. Tomato gonna get the stun off. Whitemon, though, being slowed up, eventually will drop, though. He does get some stick charges. And a Lotus, I believe, was committed, though. Crit's just jumping in. He really wants the kill, and he will secure. It's Tomato now. Blood Grenade was thrown out, but he's gonna stun himself. Crit is gonna be just fine to walk away.
That's a nice snipe coming out there from Shopify. No punishment coming out from TSM. Now you get an opportunity to maybe TP and refill Brile, but he does have a water rune, so even that timing's not particularly useful. Crit just denying himself off to the tower to kind of even things out. But you're already off to a really strong start from Shopify. Every lane looking good outside of maybe mid, which is a bigger win for Brile.
Yeah, he's getting chased right now. Brile kind of wishing he was level 6 right now so he could just make the astral steps in. Crit gonna hand over the bottle reset here. It does go back to the matchup though. Like this Void Spirit, it feels so powerful at the moment, and against Ember, you are gonna have that slight advantage. So Brile just doing a fantastic job of just abusing that advantage and just kind of outplaying Arbit, at least for now.
I mean, he's already got the early bracer up. He's got a lot of durability. He has better right-click damage in comparison to Abed. So he has a lot to play for. Abed just going for the max Flame Guard early on, or the 1-1-3 build at least, to allow himself some presence up against that Void Spirit and clear out the wave. He's still managing the lane fairly well. He's not actually too far behind here on Abed. Brile, once he hits that 6, we need to see something come out if they can connect with that Astral Step, as the momentum will have to be carried through from the Void Spirit. Like offlane Timbersaw, it can pop off, but the tendency is, in this kind of start for Kasane, you're likely not going to see that quick Kaya timing that we saw last time around in the last series.
Yeah, I mean, props to Arteezy and Fly. They've actually gotten a lot of farm. This TB 37-9 on the Terrorblade at the moment. Not being kind of harassed out whatsoever. Meanwhile, mid lane, Crit's trying to look for a setup onto Brile. Brile trying to go for a power rune. Ari going to help secure the arcane here for the Void Spirit, as they even hand the Chakra Magic over. So Brile could turn around now, because he does have an Astral Step charge. He'll go on to Fly, and it should be a nice, easy pick-off for the Void Spirit. Great rotations from Ari to ensure they get that power rune. And you couldn't have really asked for a better rune either. He got the arcane, which is just perfect.
He does miss out on an opportunity as Abed hits 6, so locking in the Ember is a lot tougher now. So gunning for that mid pickoff is probably not as feasible now for the side of TSM, but you're finding yourself a solid foundation on Brile. The issue is you're getting way too much into side lanes from the side of Shopify. Both Arteezy and Saberlight just kind of holding their lanes almost as if it's free farm. The presence from Kasane and Tomato, it's just not quite there.
Top lane, Saberlight. Bit of a chase now onto the Beastmaster. Tomato gonna land the stun. Blood Grenade is gonna be out from Whitemon, and of course Brile has made a very nice rotation, even trying to steal the Lotus away from Saberlight. They'll just leave it be for now though. Saberlight is gonna go down. Brile able to secure a secondary kill. You couldn't really ask for too much more for this Void Spirit to start off. Like, 2 kills already, 7 minutes in. Not even level 7 yet. Just getting so much impact already in this game 1.
Yeah, that's what we have to see from Brile. He understands his timing. He understands that he has to relieve some of this pressure in the side lanes, get his course a little bit more room to breathe. And that does allow Tomato to get a little bit more out. Still kind of trying to process into the Radiance. Still number 1 in net worth as well. So certainly strong movements out from the side of TSM. For Shopify Rebellion, maybe a little bit more scattered. You know, they're not looking to really push the envelope just yet, although Tomato...
Oh, very nice arrow there from Crit. Tomato ends up going down. That's exactly what you wanted to Shopify. Just slow down the Alchemist as much as possible. That arrow, I mean, barely avoiding the neutral camp. Very, very nice there from our Mirana. Something that Shopify desperately wanted to take out, that Alchemist. Arteezy, he's only 100 gold behind the Alch at the moment. So it's happy days for him on the TB.
It's not Again, it's not that strong lead you'd want in the Elk. Granted, it's still early on for that, but it doesn't set a good tone for trying to get that 2K, 4K advantage down the line. Because they're still playing aggressive up here.
They are trying. Ari just being a bit of a nuisance, making sure they stay away from Whitemon. Stacks are trying to be protected. Arrow's not going to quite land. Meanwhile, mid lane, Bryle being chased down by Arbed, still trying to survive, trying to fight back. Aether Remnant's going to land, but it's not enough. Arbed secures the kill, stick charges up, still trying to survive, goes for Whitemon, is eventually going to die, but they do get Whitemon in the end. And of course, Brawl did drop quite a while ago. As Ari, he's going to try and chase down Fly, but Fly has his stick charges, is going to be able to survive through it. So a bit of a win here for Shopify, getting that Void Spirit. Arbed, he would have felt very good taking that kill for himself on the Ember.
Yeah, it's a really strong pick off to find. Again, equalizing and allowing Abed to kind of catch up. The bigger thing they're getting here in Shopify is just free space for Arteezy. Like, he is just free down bot to keep farming. Sure, Kasane is doing the same thing on the Timbersaw. He has his Vanguard up, but no one is stopping Arteezy early on. Again, he's still allowed to keep up pace, overtake Kasane on that Alk. And Kasane, Timado is just constantly pressured. Like, he's just not... He doesn't have as much room as he'd want. You know, you mentioned the stacks being contested. He's trying to clear it out now. And they are pouring resources up top to ensure that Timado is not under as much pressure. But his tower is just going to fall. They've already got the forward ward on that top area to watch the jungle play from TSM. So Shopify is ready to punish when Timado does try to sneak some farm in. In fact, Abed's on the hunt.
Certainly is. And obviously a bit of a tougher laning start, but he's starting to feel like he can actually start moving around as December Spirit. There goes your top tier 1 tower. Mind you, Kasane already got the bottom tier 1, so it's not too big of a deal here for TSM. And now the Hawks start flying in from Saberlight. Nice little arrow into the chains. Arbed setting up perfectly here for crit. Ari is going to show up with the blinding light, but Whitemon is definitely going to die. Crit will be able to secure that kill on the Mirana. And this is kind of the thing, right? Like, you give Saberlight Beastmaster, and as much as I question the hero at the moment, I feel like the Hawks just provide so much in this meta. Like, with a bigger map, the wards just don't feel like they're doing enough now. So these Hawks, they just feel so valuable as bottom lane. Nice Sunder into the Ice Blast. And Kasane, he knows he's just gone. That's a perfect setup.
That was a deliciously sneaky Sunder. It reminds you of the times there some Terrorblades would go Shadow Blade to sneak around on low HP. But it works out. That's the play. Yeah, Shadow Blade Dagon. But it works out here. You know, they get the Ice Blast on top. You do have space to clear out mid for Bryle, but mid tower just doesn't feel as impactful. It's all about the tier 1s. So with that additional control, you might be able to take over the triangle. That's not an area Shopify Rebellion has really focused their resources on. It's still all about that bot jungle for Arteezy. So you're not losing too much here on the map for Shopify with that tower take.
Yeah, but top lane, TSM, they've smoked up as 3. Hunting down Saberlight. Saberlight looking to go through the Twin Gate. Is he going to make it? He will. They did see him underneath the outpost for a moment, but they're just not quite quick enough. TSM, they could choose to go through the gate if they do wish, but might just be a little bit too dangerous as instead. They're trying to take the balls in the dominated creep. The Centaur trying to go through the gate is going to force them to pop the Astral Step to ensure they get the kill. They do get it in time, at least.
But Saberlight actually finds another Centaur. So, you know, nothing really lost there except the gold. So, very fortunate. Now, the map is big enough that you're eventually going to find a creep you want. And this is one thing as well about this Beastmaster pick in this game. You don't have an easy way of clearing out the boars. You don't have an easy way of clearing out eventually the Overlord creep. And they haunt those stacks now in the triangle.
It's really nice play. Like, Shopify realizing there must be stacks being made here for Tomato because he did not have a good laning stage. And they're just taking all of them away as Tomato just can't quite get there in the nick of time. Now TSM showing up to try and punish for this. Fly does get caught by an Aether Remnant. Still alive somehow. We'll get an Ice Blast off before he goes down. And now they've caught Bryle on the Void Spirit. Bryle, he'll at least dissimulate, try to run away. But no, he's on the low ground. Oh, he couldn't get to the high ground. Ouch. That is not worth your time.
That's really awkward. And Fly managed to get the Ice Blast off, catching 2. making that to be a really awkward engagement. Now Arteezy shows up for this mid push as well. So they're going to be able to equalize that tower trade earlier on and just maintain better control in the triangle if they want to keep invading. Like, it's a big win for Shopify Rebellion. TSM, they're not too far behind on net worth. That is mainly down to the fact that you have an Alchemist. You still don't have that gold lead you're looking for on the Alch, but the Radiant should accelerate that farm. So there's still an opportunity for Tomato to build into this earlier timing where he is a bigger threat up against the TB. But that timing's really sensitive. Again, once Scotty starts to get built up, that's where the Alchemist matchup feels really awkward up against a Terrorblade.
You know, just the lead of the Alch is just nowhere near where it needs to be. Like, he's trying his absolute best, picking up the Radiance now, so it should escalate a little bit, but Arteezy is actually on top of net worth right now. And this kind of map change, it really does favor these kind of fast jungling heroes like a Terrorblade. Like, you've got these images that you can just kind of abuse to farm so much faster. And that's exactly what Arteezy's doing. He's just splitting up these conjure images constantly to farm multiple camps at once. And so maybe you're not quite as quick as an Alchemist in terms of building up that net worth, but you're just as close. So he's having a decent old time. And like you mentioned, the Skadi timing is the big problem for the Alch. Like, once that's up, you know, what do you do?
Yeah, you can't do much. I feel like the one thing as well for TSM, Kasane's just camping bot, which is great. He's constantly applying pressure. It's just pressure that Shopify Rebellion doesn't care for. They're not responding. They don't really care about that lane getting shoved in. They're just constantly on the hunt here. They're smoked up. They're hunting top.
Yeah, they want Tomato. That's the big one. Tomato, he's going to back off at the right moment. It's another one of those nice things, like with the map changes, you've got these jungle camps you can go back to behind your tier 2 tower. Just feels so much safer. I say that, Saberlight is wrapping around the tree line, but he hasn't seen Tomato quite yet. Tomato will show himself in the creep wave now, but it doesn't feel like they want to dive the tier 2 tower because TSM are showing up. Mind you, the Hawks being thrown out are going to provide vision of TSM. So Shopify Rebellion very well aware that they have made their way over. And instead, they're going to try and force Roshan out of this. The TSM should have no idea this is happening. And Shopify, they're just going to freely take this.
Yeah, they've got Metamorphosis, they've got the Troll Summoner creep, so they've got the damage. And they're just using the Skeletons for the ore. They're not even letting it attack. So, nice fast clear coming out here from Shopify. TSM, and this is going to impact them hard. 2 lives on Abed. You're not guaranteed to find that secondary life after you waste your Global Silence, which is, again, probably their best stun up against that Ember here. Best piece of control, pre-BKB. And this is a little bit rough for TSM. Just this lineup in general relies so much on Brawl popping off, and he is doing a good job, but he's just not able to match the presence that Shopify has with their supports on top of this.
Global Silence pop just trying to secure Crit's life on the Mirana. Crit is eventually going to go down. Seems like a big committal here for the POS 4 Mirana, but it was a killing spree streak that was taken away at the very least. And I think for TSM right now, they're just doing these kind of plays to try and create more space for Tomato. Speaking of the devil, Tomato is just currently farming stacks in the triangle, so it's all about just buying time for the Alchemist to be able to recover, because he certainly hasn't had the start he wanted.
No, it's still slower than you'd want it to be, maintaining around 900 to 1k advantage over the TB, which is a start. You kind of want to see that climb to 2k, 4k by 20 minutes, which should be feasible for Tomato as long as no further losses are taken. The issue with popping Global Silence for that kill on Crit is, again, it's your key control for Abed. So now if Shopify Rebellion do play aggressive, you don't have that defensive use to break off. And it is an important kill for Brawl to kind of connect to, as we've talked about this Void Spirit carrying that tempo. But again, they have to watch these moments of weakness on TSM when they don't have that control, when they don't have that presence. They've got to play a lot more passive, and Shopify looking to capitalize on that or going for another smoke.
Mid lane, Kasane. I mean, he's not invincible right now, but it seems like they'd rather somebody else. In fact, they're going to find one in the back if they do wish, but instead Abed, he'll jump in with the chains, roar out, Ice Blast to connect. Kasane, he's still got a second to maybe chain away, but no. The roar just lasts way too long with the arrow set up. Kasane, gonna drop on the Timber Saw now. Down for 40 seconds. Shopify, they'll just, again, invade the dire side of the jungle, right? Like, just Try to find out where this Alchemist is. Take the camps away. Do not allow him to freely farm. And Tomato, I believe he was spotted there for a moment. Underneath that lane ward that was placed. They did see him. So they're heading that way. Tomato, he'll go for a TPR. Crit! Oh, he's not going to react fast enough. He doesn't see him. Only in the last seconds. It just wasn't quick enough.
It would have been a massive kill to again suppress that Alk even further. Tomato's starting to reel in a little bit of a lead, 2k above now, but still not comfy enough. Like this timing for Arteezy into his Scotty, just Yasha, Dragonlance into the Scotty. Again, we've been harping on about this, but it really is the shortcoming of the Alk. You're playing into the AA, you're playing into Terrorblade with an early Scotty pickup. It's not going to be easy for Tomato to maximize this hero. And again, it's still kind of all hinges on Bryle.
Oh, Bryle, he is just going to get completely blown up here by Shopify. Kasane, he's trying to fight this one out. Luckily, there's no Roar available in Saberlight, but they're still chasing him down. Chains are not going to land though from Abed, and with the global silence, they cannot continue the chase. Fly might even die here to the curse. But no, he's barely going to survive. But my oh my, 9-6 now. Very slight net worth lead the way of TSM, but that is purely based off the fact that they have an Alchemist. Things are going very well for Shopify, and TSM, they just don't have an answer until Tomato's ready.
Yeah, they're just going to have to wait. Again, we haven't really felt Kasane's presence all too much. I do like that he's just rushing into the BKB, understanding he'll need some debuff immunity in the middle of these engagements. Although that doesn't solve all your issues. The AA is still going to feel pretty damn good up against that. So Ice Blast is still going to be effective. Aurora is still going to be there on hand. I'm not sure how much it'll really enable TSM to play around. I think you've got the full Scotty for Arteezy. So that timing for Tomato is now really rough. He'll try.
He's got to try. As this tier 2 tower goes down, suddenly you can look towards that Tormentor. You know, the Wisdom runes will be under Shopify's control all of a sudden. The tier 2 slowly still being chipped away at. Moonlight Shadow popped preemptively, but it does expire. Arbed's going to move in. Chains out on Tomato, but he will dispel it. And Shopify, they still got a bit of time on the meta, so they might keep this up. Problem is, you don't really want to fight without the Metamorphosis. And in the meantime, TSM, they're trying to sneak the Tormentor. They will be able to take it out. Will be picked up here for Whitemon. Ooh. That'll be it. Ice Blast does land. TSM still trying to move in. They'll make the jump in on Saberlight. The Beastmaster, he's still fine. He'll go for a roar out. Meanwhile, Abed, he finds Brawl on the Void Spirit. Oh, he gets it done on his own. Kasane's still trying to run, but there's no way out, surely. Spirit Vessel just burning him down. He will go. Azari also getting caught out by Crit will go down. It's just so tough. Like 1 minute Kasane's getting chased. Abed just takes down Brawl on the side. And then in the end, Ari also drops. And this is all for the sake of a Tormentor. Just a shard on Whitemon.
Yeah, that's not worthwhile. They scouted really well in Shopify. They get the Ice Blast going for it. It clips not that many heroes, but the information you gain from that is more than enough to find that opening. Really great use from Abed on the expiring Aegis as a reset as well, allowing him to just take that engagement, jump in, knowing that he's fully healed, has the full mana to kind of sustain through. And for TSM, again, the big issue with this lineup right now is that there's no real playmaking outside of Bryle. Like it feels like it's all in on the Void Spirit to just kind of set up for yourself here. We're not seeing anyone else play aggressive outside of the Void Spirit. And for Shopify Rebellion, it's everyone grouping up, right? You're connecting with your Chains Arrows, you're connecting with your Roar, you're setting up for the Ice Blast. Everyone can kind of look for these pickoff plays, whereas for TSM at the moment, it feels like they want these drawn-out fights, but even then, they're not finding the ideal position or angles to protect their backline and ensure that the mana keeps flowing for Kasane to keep jumping around here.
Here come TSM. 4-man smoke up. Looks like they want to try and make a move. And through the mid lane they go. Keep in mind, they do have a Manta style now fully up on Arteezy, and he does have the Metamorphosis available, so it could be some awkward timing to go for a 4-man smoke up. And TSM not really finding what they wanted. Are just going to relocate and just get back to the farming game. As soon as Tomato shows up, he gets pinged immediately by Shopify, by the way, so it seems like they might slowly start heading his way. There's 2k advantage now sitting there for Shopify Rebellion. Zarteezy trying to bait in the mid lane. He does have some supports behind him, ready to go whenever. TSM will not take the bait. I mean, if you are TSM right now, like, Tomato at the very least is at the top of the net worth board, but you just know he hasn't got enough yet. Kind of like, at what stage does he actually feel like a carry in this kind of game?
It's hard to say. At one point, the Alk kind of feels like he takes over. Again, the safe benchmark is around 4k gold advantage. At 2k, it's a little bit shaky. And the matchup against Terrorblade is just not... It's not the safest. You've got the AA to worry about. You've only got, right now, really Bryle that can take care of the backline. Theoretically, Kasane should be able to help there, but we haven't seen him be as durable again into the matchup. It's just not the greatest game for a Timbersaw to feel tanky. And Shopify is just relentless. Like, another smoke out. They're just constantly on the hunt. They've got a good idea to flank onto the right side, but no one's really there. They're hanging around up top. But it's just relentless. Like, there's not a moment where Shopify just kind of sit back and farm. Every time they can, they just connect with Abed and move around with as many heroes as they can to find these pickoffs.
Yeah, they do move down towards the bot lane again. They were looking for the Alchemist, but now TSM show up in the mid lane instead. Abed, he'll go to the top lane. Full Lotus Pool there, by the way, if he wanted to take it. Just so many objectives on the map now that you kind of need to remember all the time. Abed, he'll go ahead and take those Lotus. Meanwhile, Fly's at the Twin Gate, right by Ari. He's going to just go back towards the other side of the map now. So they are TPing back towards the top lane. So he goes through the Twin Gates, TP's back towards the top tier 1 tower. Kasane's going to show up. Abed's going to see him. Chains around, arrow flying through. Kasane just locked down forever. A little bit of an unnecessary roar, but nevertheless they secure the kill.
Yeah. It's worthwhile. You're finding that big frontliner gone. Now it's just a lot of pressure on Bryle.
The lesson was run.
Don't have the lockdown. Once the global silence is down, he knows he can do whatever the hell he wants.
It's just down to these early support picks from TSM, which is why when Shopify gunned for their core opening, like all cores in the first 3 picks, it made sense because they see this weakness in Kotl and Silencer. It's a weakness that, you know, these two heroes don't really deal with. Terrorblade all too well. They don't deal with Ember all too well. Oh,
He's all right. Did you get the arrow? He's going to be fine. The tier 2 top tower does end up going down regardless. And now Shopify looking for Roshan. It is up in 4 seconds. So perfect timing for themselves. No vision around the Twin Gate either. So TSM going to have to look to fight without vision if they do force the Roshi. Instead though, Shopify, they might just wait around this area underneath their own vision. They've got Hawks, they've got Observer Wards, and TSM are running right into them. This could be a terrible team fight for TSM. They are completely blind around this area. Shopify, they are casually just waiting, looking for the right opportunity. As TSM still looking, looks like they have found the Alchemist. Tomato's going to back off. Abed does get caught out by an Aether Remnant, but he does Remnant away. In fact, he Remnant's right back in. Bryle, no, he's going to be okay to back off as well. Nobody getting caught quite yet. Is it chains out from Abed onto the Void Spirit, but he's still going to be just fine. Now, Arteezy just manning up, running right in with his BKB. Reflection was on all 5. Now Whitemon and Kasane both getting caught by chains. It's Kasane still alive, Whitemon forced to buy back. TSM looking to retreat, I think. The Tomato does throw an unstable concoction out onto Arteezy. Keep in mind, Metamorphosis is up in 3 seconds now. So this is all happening without the meta up. Now he does have it up. And I think they might just force Roshan instead.
Yeah, they've got that big opening. You still have the global silence ready out from Whitemon. So the buyback could get some value here if they decide to force that fight in the pit. They know Aurora's going to be down for a little bit longer. The Ice Blast should connect once they reach Roach, at least when TSM does decide to run up and contest if they do want to do that. So it's risky for TSM, even with the global silence, I think. Just potentially getting caught out by the Ice Blast first is always scary. Again, I don't know if you have enough to lock in Abed, because he can hold on to that BKB second use here, knowing global silence is probably off cooldown, and just use it to dispel. And still run down and have a great time. Again, the control for the Ember, it's severely lacking. It's going to be... It's challenging. TSM needs to connect their spell usage really well. I think the ideal is just get the silence and then somehow just instantly connect to the Remnant or start with your Remnant. But either way, it doesn't feel reliable enough, and they'll just get started on that Roche. TSM, they're smoking into this, though.
They are. They're going to try and fight, but again, the vision game from Shopify right here. They've got so much vision. He's going to get jumped first. They want to get rid of the Ice Blast, and they will. He does have buyback, and he will commit it immediately. The Saberlight and Abed both being chased down on opposite sides of this team fight. Abed, he's the one in big trouble. He'll pop the BKB. No, in fact, it looks like he's perfectly fine because Whitemon's the one in trouble now. He should die back immediately, and he will. Crit, nice arrow. It's going to land onto the Alchemist. Tomato being locked down forever. He'll try to run. Ice Blast will not connect onto the Alchemist, but it doesn't matter. They've got the Skadi, they've got the Vessel, they've got the Reflection. Another win for Shopify Rebellion. It's TSM, like this area. Again, they're completely blind here, John. Zarteezy will make sure his captain does remain alive. Bryle now the one in danger, being chained up, and he's gone.
Oh my god.
Tips out from Saberlight. Oh, it's such a rough game here for TSM.
It's just not lining up. Like, there's so much pressure on Bryle to perform. Kasane and the Timbersaw just, getting it decent enough first few levels in the lane, but afterwards it just becomes a freebie for Arteezy as everyone's forced to rotate around to kind of try to snowball off of mid. So you're not feeling the impact of that Timbersaw at all. And Shopify Rebellion, again, it looks really ballsy in the draft, going for Beastmaster into Terrorblade into Ember as your first 3 picks, but again, it pays off. They see these support picks early. They see Alk Silencer, and they understand this is a rather weird opener because it's not the most synergistic for Alchemist. Like, Silencer can be an aggressive support, but it doesn't feel like one that plays really strong with the Alk in comparison. And then the Kotla is no response to the Ember. It's somewhat of a solution to Terrorblade, but we're past the point where you can just magically burst down the Terrorblade with just the Kotla anyway.
Mid lane, Fly, gonna get caught, should die back here and will. Tomato able to secure a pretty nice kill here onto the AA, so 70 seconds on the board here for Fly to be off the map. By the way, John, how many Lotus do you need to build the block of cheese? Because Abed's got the cheese. He's got a greater healing Lotus, but I can't remember exactly how many Lotus you need.
You need 3 greater healing Lotuses, so I believe that's 18 overall.
Okay.
18 Lotuses. I think the minimum time for you to hit 18 Lotuses is what, 40 minutes?
Hold on a minute. Abed. Almost getting caught, but does avoid it with a nice remnant.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, the block of cheese is pretty high. Oh, Bryle. Bryle jumped right in.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Into the moonlight, man.
No vision around. There's the moonlight shadow paying off from crit. Bryle had no idea what he was jumping into. And now Shopify are just going to clean up. No chance. In fact, Ari's trying to run. Arteezy's on the chase. But Ari, he's going to be all right with the Glimmer Cape.
Bails out. It's just a really hard game for TSM to play. Again, it feels like they've been thrown off from their tempo. You're at equal farm for Tomato and Arteezy, which is not favorable for the Alchemist. You haven't been able to snowball too hard on Bryle, now bottom network core, barely above Crit's network on Void Spirit, which is really not what you want to see there. I don't know, like, the recovery plan for TSM is the one silver lining is probably just their high ground defense is decent with a clear. They need to execute on the back line. Like, Bryle needs to find these heroes in the back more than up front. Like, if you can pick off the AA early, that's big.
Ari's gone. Crit just picking him off solo. Saberlight looking to have a great time here with this voice line spam. There's Arteezy looking for that tier 3 tower. Already just chipping away with it with the conjure images. Meanwhile, oh, they've caught Tomato.
Connects?
Yeah, it certainly does. Tomato, he's going to try for a TP out. Have they got a way to stun him? But they don't even need it. They don't even need it. TSM now looking to defend their high ground.
Under attack.
That bottom tier 3 tower, it's basically just a right click away from being taken down, and there you go. Brawl just defends it himself by denying it. Abed looking to jump in, chains out onto 2, but they want Whitemon to get started. He did already pop the global silence, but he might just be dead because Abed's going right into the fountain. Nevertheless, no, Bryle's caught instead. GG is
they call
called.
it.
He's had enough.
Oh boy.
I can't die anymore, he says.
Nah.
Oh, well, there you go. Shopify Rebellion getting the first game underneath their belt here in this best of 3 series. So at the very least, they can't get too owed now. And what a start it's been. Shopify looking so dominant in this game number 1. TSM, I mean, it could go back to the fact that they were running an Alchemist that just never took off. And obviously you saw Kasane on the Timber just not having the greatest impact because he never took off either. But my goodness, Shopify already looked like they came to play today.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Just a lot of momentum, a lot of aggression early on that connects in every single angle that matters. Again, the one issue I see here for TSM is probably just the support picks. I don't think Kothel Silencer is a really strong support duo to play with Void Spirit and the Timbersaw, because it feels like with this kind of support duo, all the play is just on your mid. It's all on Bryle. His matchup doesn't work out the way he wants it to. Abed just kind of really owns that lane, going for the Flame Guard build and running him down, where you're not protected by your Resonant Pulse Armor. So he just gets this really big opening for himself to get working on the mid. He gets some good rotations up top. They keep Tomato away from farming. And because of these stalled out timings, in particular for Bryle, you just don't have anyone that can do anything on the map. Like, you'd see a few moments, you'd find some isolated supports to kill off, but at that point, it's just not enough. You're not finding the follow-through kills onto more heroes. And we just saw how willing Shopify were to just play aggressive, just constant smokes, constant use of the Moonlight Shadows. And I have to say one thing, I didn't mention this in the game, but it felt like Abed really had the target on Whitemon. It felt like he was gunning him down. I'm trying to remember, I believe Abed and Whitemon did play on Team Dog at one point when Abed was back in the Philippines. So, just gunning down his former teammate, always nice to see.
You got to do it, John. And I mean, it is Silencer, right? Like, it's the easiest target for him to just burst down. So, they're just having a bit of fun this game as usual. And you know who wasn't having fun, John? Tomato. Like, this guy just could not get a game going. And I can't blame him as the out because he was doing his job. But you lost the laning stage, and then they just smothered him. He had zero space to farm the whole game. All the stacks that were made were just taken by Shopify mostly, and it's just, you kind of said it, like Brawl just had so much on his shoulders to try and make space here for his team because it felt like nobody else could. Like, Ari can't do it on the Keeper of the Light, Whitemon can't do it on the Silencer, and Kasane, sadly, just didn't seem to have a game either on the Timbersaw. So, pretty rough affair here for TSM. But at the end of the day, Shopify, again, just having their number this time around and not allowing them any kind of game. And, well, of course, we do have to hand an MVP over. And who else is it going to be but Abed, of course, on the Ember Spirit? You saw the guy throughout the game, John, just making such aggressive jumps. You could make the argument he had a lot of vision and, come on, he was just jumping in right into the five players and just going absolutely nuts, Yeah,
he was just popping off. Like, he had a really good understanding as to what he had to do in this game. Abed just knew, all right, we'll just play fast. I'll connect with Saberlight. We'll run around, use this vision. Buy so much space for Arteezy to just hit that early Scotty timing. Like, they literally just kept the action away from Arteezy, opposite side of the map until that Scotty was ready. And then once Arteezy connects on the mid, they're just constantly together as 5. All off the back of Abed taking this early aggressive stance and having a really strong lane against Bryle. Like, he just dominated that lane. It looked a little bit more even in CS, but that's not exactly what the Void Spirit necessarily wants in a matchup. And Abed just works it out really well. I think one thing for TSM that I find really, really upsetting in the draft is they open with Alchemist, they go for Timbersaw, and they left AA in, right? Like, they left that pick, their last pick, for Shopify Rebellion to pick up with 2 regen-heavy heroes. it just doesn't make your game any easier. You had the option to ban this out to protect your alchemist pick. You first phase this hero. You want to protect it as much as possible, and it just didn't end up as a game where Tomato could really do much, even if he had for a while a 2k lead, which is the lower end of the parameters for an alchemist to find success. Still not enough.
Certainly wasn't, Jonathan. We are going to head off to a very short break, though, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft between Shopify Rebellion and, of course, TSM. We'll see you soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between TSM and, of course, Shopify Rebellion, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. Game 1 not quite going the way of TSM, with Shopify looking very, very dominant. Tell me straight off the bat, John, like, in terms of drafting, what do you think TSM need to change up here to try and tie up the series 1-1?
I'd like to see them have more play from the supports. I don't think a Kotl and a Silencer really sets up for your team as much. You also didn't have as much playmaking potential coming out from Kasane on his Timbersaw. I don't think the hero is bad. I just think that it didn't feel like the best game for it coming out there. Like, again, on paper, kind of deals with the Terrorblade fine in lane. When Metamorphosis is down, you can try to run down, but it didn't end up that way. So I want to see Shopify, TSM adjust in that way. Maybe, if they're gunning for something like the Alchemist or ending with regen, you probably really have to protect it. Like, they allow the AA through, and that just made the game infinitely harder as well for both the Timbersaw and the Alchemist pick. So they have to watch themselves. I mean, Shopify being so confident to gun down all their cores in the first few picks, it tells you a lot about how well they think they've read this matchup and how well they understand TSM on their end.
Well, what doesn't tell you a lot right now is the faces of Shopify. I mean, I've never seen five guys so depressed about winning a game, Jonathan. Just look at these guys. It's not one smile on their faces. So they just look like they're in full serious mode. So, Tomato, I mean, I guess there's no smile on these faces either. Even White One's not looking too happy, which is a very rare occurrence. So there you go.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, this is do or die, right? Like, you want the points. You want to have that security to take out your biggest threat in the region, because beyond that, again, it's a little bit of a wild card going down. Like, there are definitely teams that can upset TSM or Shopify here in this region if they play their cards right. So you want that security to just beat your biggest threat right now, and TSM is going to be playing on the back foot. They are allowed to pick up the Underlord, which we've seen a ton of, along with the Enchantress. So they've got some answers already for Shopify here, in that you can just kind of prevent the boar rush from Shopify Rebellion. You can kind of deal with the Helm down the line as well. No problems here for the Ench. And you've got a lot more presence out here for Kasane on the Underlord, right? You can take these plays, you can kind of Fiends Gate around, just group up as a team a lot more effectively with the Underlord under your belt. For Shopify, I'm keen to see how Saberlight switches up, if he even adjusts on his Beastmaster here. I do like that they just jump straight into the Ursa. Like, just get this really strong lane matchup that can be aggressive on the Underlord. You can just run him down. You don't really care once you've got the Fury swipes up. So you can just punish that lane. I will say, every time I look at the Shopify camps, it really is like a classroom. And you mentioned their serious faces. It looks like they're in detention or something. And Bulba's just there punishing them.
Oh, you're bringing back some memories from my childhood, John. I mean, my God, I had the misfortune. Yeah, go on.
No, look at Ovid and Arteezy. They look like, like delinquents that did something wrong to go into detention. And they look sad. And Bulba's just watching over, right?
Now that you point it out, it really does look that way. Holy crap. It's like a real life version of an anime or something. Like, my goodness.
10 seconds.
Abed looks like that bad kid, but he's like really good at math, right? Like, just hand the guy a math textbook and a calculator. Like, he's got the haircut for it already. It's perfect.
Dire team.
Trying to be a bad boy, Abed. No need for that.
Oh, what high school memories did it bring back? Like, I'm curious now.
Afternoon detention, Jonathan. Afternoon detention. It's when you did something bad and you had to stay back after school and basically sit in a classroom doing something that you really didn't want to do, which mostly involved homework. That's what I had to do, Jonathan.
5 seconds remaining.
What was scary was my parents' reaction when I came home late. I had to explain why. That was much scarier than the detention, let me tell you.
Oh, it's the consequences of your actions that catch up with you, Mike. That's the scariest part.
It wasn't even my fault, Jonathan. It wasn't my fault. Anyway.
I like that it's vivid enough that you still know it's not your fault after all this time.
I know.
Mike.
I still know whose fault it was, Jonathan. I won't, I'm not going to expose anyone. No snitching from me, John, but, I still remember. Final bans to come out here before we can continue with these drafts. Shopify Rebellion, focusing on some position ones right now. Obviously trying to make life as hard as possible for Tomato. They'll get rid of the Venomancer as well, so... There you go. I mean, speaking of Venomancer, Jonathan, I feel like, going back to SEA for a moment, I feel like Cuckoo literally went to POS 5 specifically so he could play POS 5 Veno now.
10 seconds
It's not a POS 3 hero anymore, so... The Cuckoo Mancer
hasn't yet.
5 seconds.
does still stay alive, the Cuckoo Mancer.
The dream of it is there. I think Mike, Ninja Bogey Mike, would probably not allow him to do it without getting... We had an interview with KP. He said, we are very scared of Mike, Ninja Bogey, trash-talking us when we do bad, so we are trying to do good. I'm pretty sure if Cuckoo pulls that out, he will not hear the end of it from Mike. And you know how Mike is. You know how jumpy he is and how outspoken he is when it comes to that. Oh, you will not hear the end of it if that Venomancer comes out.
Oh, he hasn't tweeted at me for a long time, Jonathan, after I got back at him, let me tell you. He's been rather quiet towards me. TSM, they're going to go for a Storm Spirit pickup here, so the Bulba special coming out from Moon Meander instead. Very, it's kind of maybe taking it away from Shopify Rebellion. Shopify, sure, they're not too bothered by it. Third pickup for themselves now. Of course, last game round we saw their support duo being left till the last picks, and so far, it's looking like a similar story.
Seconds remaining.
We'll see if we are going to see a mid pickup now from Shopify. And we do get a
There you
mid
go.
pickup, so again the support duo is going to be left to the last picks.
This is really an interesting shakeup from Shopify Rebellion to draft like this. Again, it's very confident, but at the same time, like, you look at the heroes on TSM, they don't really have a root control for the puck. Like, you've got Pit of Malice and Vortex, not the most reliable. Now you've got the Coddle as well, which in conjunction with Ursa is actually really effective in just spamming out your spells. Also really nice with a Beastmaster. I do like TSM that they go into the Pugna battery for the Storm. So you have some sustain here to just allow yourself to keep zipping around. Again, it's not much control outside of really relying on Pit of Malice. Maybe a Rod of Athos build up here on Kasane. So you still have angles for Abba to really be as more aggressive or as aggressive as he was in the last game. Just has to watch his positioning for where that Underlord might come out, but I think they're lining up for the same sort of game here on Shopify. Like, I'm not seeing a great solution from TSM to kind of deal with what Shopify has on the pause 1. Like, there's still good pause 1s left for a core-to-core matchup. Slark's still there. You kind of want that. If you're worried about the Beastmaster lane, even though you have the Ench, because it's more than likely... Actually, what do you prefer? I wouldn't mind the Pugna 4 in exchange, but you're likely just running the Ench 4. So a Pugna up against the Beastmaster lane's not as good. You know, you don't have the threat of Enchant to take the boar away, so your lane matchup feels rough.
We'll see. I mean, final ban to come out before we can see the drafts finished off. The POS 5 ban, I think, here from TSM, maybe a position forward depending on what they're feeling. They'll get rid of the silencer this time around. Fair enough. Shopify. Final pickup for themselves. Maybe just a bit of added lockdown for the Storm might be nice here.
5 seconds remaining.
I can't get the imagery out of my head. It just looks like Bulba's checking on his students. It's like, are you coding right?
Yeah.
Are you on the right website? Are you sure you guys doing your work? He's just pacing as well. It's like
He's
this is
pacing
like a
alright.
classic teacher moment. And
He's
Ava
not-
just
he's
looks
not
like a
happy
bad
about
boy.
something.
Like, I know there's something. Maybe it's the necklace that kind of ties the look.
Oh, it is.
He looks like an
That's what it is.
angsty 18-year-old.
The black top with the necklace. It's a classic.
Oh
The
man.
kind of guy you wouldn't want to see at the library. You know what I mean? It's just, you see this guy at the library outside, hanging by the side of the library. You know you're gonna get mugged, to say the least. I always did, by the way, Jonathan. It was very scary for me.
You got
Shopify
mugged in
Rebellion.
high school?
Witch doctor.
No, at the library, Jonathan. Outside of high school, the witch
Oh.
doctor comes out here from Shopify Rebellion. Because that's where that's where they hung out, John. The high school gangs.
I didn't know this. Now I know. Now I know where the high school gangs hang out, outside the library.
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting
Outside
choice.
of high school. Yeah, because what happened, right, is they know all the nerdy kids will go to the
5
library,
seconds remaining.
right? So they can't defend themselves. So they just mug you at the library. That's what used to happen.
What's wrong with you guys down under, man?
I don't-
What is it?
It wasn't me, John.
No,
Anyway.
it's not you. It's just being upside down, Mike. It's not right.
No. TSM, final pickup. Hopefully this game too is an upside down for them. What do you want here? Like a position 1, something good against the Ursa?
You're still kind of safe with playing maybe like a Drow is still fine, standing far back. Again, Slark's still an option as well if you kind of wanted to lean into that. Lifestealer doesn't feel amazing. I don't think it's a matchup that works either. You've got Roar in hand for that kind of control, counter control. I think the Slark probably lines up the best here, but it doesn't feel like you really synergize with a Slark in this game. Not necessarily. I'm not sure.
Slark was banned anyway.
All right. Yeah, there's the fish. Drow pops into my head, but I don't see enough Drow in pro games anymore. I feel like the short is actually really interesting.
Templar
They go with the TA
ascends
instead.
your hero.
So that's your ranged core. It can work. I think this is much more tempo coming out from TSM. You've got a lot of tower push with his timing for Desolator. You've got natural push coming out from Ari. So you have pretty good play coming out. I do feel like the connections from Shopify Rebellion are still a little bit stronger. I like the Witch Doctor Ursa lane. It's a lot of burst. It's a lot of control. If you're not careful, you overstep just a bit in Kasane, but on say even just level 2, really easy to punish on Shopify Rebellion. Like that level 2 spike for Shopify is actually a really scary kill threat. You've got Sustain for Saberlight to probably play Axis in this lane if need be, because he has the Kotl once more. So I like what Shopify has. I think they can play that same pace we saw from game 1. For TSM, it's a lot better than game 1. I don't think it's as bad of a draft. There are no glaring weaknesses here. They have tempo they can play with. We just need to see them connect. And I think when it comes to that, it just feels like Shopify still executed a little bit better. So I want to see if TSM can rally and play around the strengths of their draft this time, because they can take a fight, the Shopify Rebellion early on. They can take these objectives. Side lane objectives much bigger. They need to find those tier 1s.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. Of course, TSM kind of backs against the wall here. Like that, they are 1 game behind, so they can't really afford to lose this game here up against Shopify Rebellion. And we've kind of already talked about the issues of what happens if you do lose. Is you kind of risk not making it to the major because you've still got to worry about teams like Nouns and even some of the other Div 1 teams right now, John. They can prove to be quite scary on the right kind of days. So let's see how it pans out. Shopify versus TSM game number 2 is now officially underway. I'm sure we can head right into it. The TA pick is where my question mark is, and I know you were kind of curious about it as well. Like, it did receive a buff in 7.33C. I think the base movement speed went up by 5, and meld strike at max level was 30 more damage. So, small buffs being made here and there, but this is a hero that does enjoy flash farming jungle. And it does seem like this meta, being a 40% bigger map with a bunch of new jungle camps, does kind of favor a hero like TA.
Yeah. I think there's also an argument for a really quirky build in something like, say, an Ags Rush. I don't think it's necessary every game. It's maybe a bit more of a niche pickup, but with an expanded map, with a hero like TA, if you do get the Ags Rush, like, you can control so much more of the map, right? Like, you can go to these side camps, you can clear out every camp so quick. I wouldn't mind something like, it's so weird to say, but like Desolator Ags actually sounds like a good way to just get a lead and stay there.
Oh, could be a very early first blood. Arteezy gonna see Kasane, but won't go for it. Realizing he probably has his teammates right behind him, and yeah, they had the ward anyway. They had full vision. It's TSM. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. Pretty even start once again. We will get started, I think, with the mid lane as well, as Bryle is going to be up against Arbed. Arbed having the assistance of Crit there to make sure he does get the superior body block, though Bryle still seems like he comes out on top, and it's a very even kind of blocking situation. But talk to me about the Storm Spirit versus Puck matchup. Like, do you give the advantage to one way or the other here, John?
I'd say it's relatively even. Maybe you have a little bit of a better time on Storm. Once you hit level 3, your 1-1-1 build can be aggressive onto the puck. Your wave clearance a little bit more consistent and spammable as well with a static remnant. So you have a little bit more leeway in controlling that lane. But it shouldn't be a complete washout for Abed. I'd expect at worst for Abed an even lane, maybe slightly better for Bryle if he finds those opportunities from oversteps.
What about that bottom lane? Saberlight on the Beastmaster again here. Crit going to be there with the Pos 4. Keeper of the Light, of course, Whitemon and Tomato going to be up against them on the TA and the Edge. Pretty interesting kind of lane as well, because you do have the Edge against the Beastmaster, so Saberlight may opt to just not go for the balls and just go for the Wild Axes build-up. Is Tomato going to be chased down? Blood Grenade did end up landing. Blinding Light also there, but Tomato going to be fine to just use his 1 charges and does survive another day. But this kind of lane matchup, do you give it to one way or the other?
I'd say it's a lot harder for the TA in the first 3 levels. By level 4, it can kind of get more manageable, but you get a lot out of those first 3 levels here for Saberlight and for Crit. Like down the line, you've got the Chakra Axe spam. Sure, you don't have a clear way of clearing out Refraction once the levels are up, but again, that's going to be like level 4 when you can get 2 points in it, if you even want 2 points in Refraction.
Tomato, he's going to be okay. Crit was not in range to try and land that Blinding Light. And they were going for the chase onto Saberlight, but with the axes, just so much damage being pumped out as mid lane. Abed secures a solo pick off onto Bryle. They're trying to fight over the water runes, and I believe Bryle ended up picking it up, but Abed's still able to secure the kill.
Yeah, okay, that's not something I expect in the puck matchup. I feel like the Storm, granted, can't be as aggressive when it comes to trying to reposition. At the same time, it shouldn't be in a position where you're copying that much damage from the puck anyway. Abed just, again, playing around really well, gets the level advantage off of that, so a little bit quicker onto the build up to 6.
Arteezy? I mean, he's gone right to the mid lane. Abed, he's getting involved as well. He'll back the other way, and Arteezy just TP's back towards the tier 1 top tower as Kasane now's in trouble. Look, go for a chase on Kasane. Meanwhile, Saberlight bot lane's in danger as well. Whitemon trying to fight this one out. Kasane is still running. Arteezy, I think he actually may have done enough damage. Ari is going to be there to try and force them back. Kasane is going to survive. What a weird set of events. This bottom lane, they're still going. Axes, Blinding Light, not going to be enough. Crit is forced to back his way out. Oh, that was very strange. Arteezy ran from the top to the mid lane, TP back towards the top tier 1 tower, and just chased down the Underlord.
Yeah, it's a game, Mike. I don't know what's going on, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. You know, just it's aggression all around from Shopify, but TSM are able to dish some back, right? Like the lanes aren't as stomped out as they were in game 1 at this point in the game. So you are finding a little bit more build-up coming out here from Kasane, a little bit more of a manageable lane. For Tomato, you're not seeing a huge advantage coming out here for Arteezy early on. Your outlier is still mid. Bryle is still allowing himself to get some farm though, although.
Yeah, Bryle gonna go for a Vortex. Fly is there to try and keep Abed safe, though Abed still taking a fair bit of damage. Bryle will cop the orb, but luckily had the raindrop, so not gonna end up ticking out to the melodic damage as Fly. Just going to TP right back towards the top tier 1 tower. A lot of emphasis here on trying to make sure Bryle just does not have a game on the Storm. So you can see just constant harassment being thrown out by Abed. But those raindrops proving to be very valuable already as the orb is just not doing any damage.
Yeah, and that does cut off some aggression that Abed would want to bring out. He is still set for that earlier 6, which is scary for the Storm to kind of deal with. Which means his own level 6 is not going to feel as good. He's going to be held in place. You've got really good rotations from the side of Shopify that can come true to connect with Abed, or Abed can just literally leave the lane, no problems. And again, kind of repeat what he did in game 1 if he wants to look for that tempo. I am interested in seeing what Saberlight's adjustment will be. Like, it's, again, not the safest game for the Dominator into Overlord with the Enchantress around. So it does feel like you can you're kind of forced to maybe just go Aura on your Beastmaster this time around, which is still effective, but maybe not the ideal.
Wait and see. 0-2 right now. Very slight net worth lead the way of Shopify Rebellion. I mean, so much aggression's been happening across the map. Not as many kills as you'd expect, though, considering how much action there has been. Mid rotations are out once again. 6-minute power rune timing is very close now, just 10 seconds away. 6 heroes in the mid lane, in fact. Where's the power rune spawning, though, is the question. Gonna be up top. Arcane rune for Abed. He does have level 6 now. He might go in. Bryle, no, he'll hit level 6 as well. I doubt they'll have the damage through the Dream Coil. So they'll hold on to the Arcane Rune and the Dream Coil for now. Bryle, just to try and catch his way up, is going to take some stacks down the triangle instead.
It's a healthy injection of gold and EXP coming out for TSM. Shopify can't really contest that early on in the game. This is leaving a couple of openings here. I think the bot lane's a little bit scary for Tomato, but he does opt to just max out Refraction. So kill threat from the Beastmaster isn't quite there.
Mid lane,
does
Ari's
rotate
been
in,
chased down here, John. Dreamcore was committed. Abed's going very deep for this, and the orb is not going to land, but he will jaunt back the other way and does secure the kill. Nobody there to help out as Brawl is currently being chased down by Fly. Look at this. What's Fly doing? He got the Wisdom Room. He's actually fighting back against Bryle. I mean, obviously it's worth it to get the double Wisdom Rune. Bryle will hand over the tip as well. Bryle might actually die. But no, the jaunt is not there. Bryle actually got close to dying. That is insanity.
Yeah. If Abed actually committed, I think he could have found that kill. You didn't have the most mana on Brawl to try to zip to safety. So maybe if you took that risk, would have been nice, but plays it safe. It's a good pickoff for Brawl to find despite almost dying, you know. Almost dying isn't dying. So you're more than happy to punish Fly, but finding the Wisdom Rune is probably a bigger win. You find both of them, your supports just skyrocket in EXP. It's a massive loss for TSM because you kind of want that 6 fast and Ari to really maximize your storm here. It's just not going to be quick without those runes up.
Absolutely not. I mean, even the Enchantress, right? Like, just having the impetus and the untouchable slow, always going to be very, very nice. And just having that Ench that can just walk in and tank so much damage for the team at level 6, but not going to quite be there for Waimon. He's just stuck at level 3. That it seems to be the name of the game right now. Like, you're seeing so many more stacks being made from either side. These XP bonuses just do feel quite ridiculous. I mean, 30% of the stack XP goes to your support that stack that. Pretty insane.
I really like that change. It just felt really EXP starved for supports before that. Crit, though, being run down a bit.
Abed's there. If he does need it. Coil is up. Tomato's still chasing. They really want to try and secure the kill. Traps are there to slow. Crit does eventually cop the slow, and Crit is going to be left to die. Abed, unwilling to try and pop the coil. Just kind of let his coddle die instead. Maybe just hold the coil for another day. So far, so good, at least for Tomato on the TA. He's having a much better time than, say, the Alchemist game. Top of the net worth board at 4.4k. And again, these TAs, they tend to snowball out of control if you're not too careful.
Brawl trying to sneak away with a rune.
Coil's going to lock him down. Question is, do they have enough damage to take him out in time? Maledict was there. Nice little blinding light, and with the silence, Brawl is dropping. Arteezy even showing up just in case. So Crit will be the one to secure the kill onto the Keeper of the Light.
That's the big kill they need. Like, just keep Brawl down. Again, keep stalling out this timing that the Ember wants to hit. It is still a lot of room out for Tomato, as you mentioned. I think that's the one thing that you're conceding here on the side of Shopify. Just this TA off to a great start into the Dragonlance, into the Desolator. The timing is going to be met. And that is going to be your concern point. Hello, Ari.
Yeah, he kind of sacked his life here to try and secure the 10-minute power rune, but it's not even going to be there. Still, he does actually survive for now. Fly's the one in danger on the Witch Doctor, though I say that he is still healing up, but he will finally go down. Waimon's the one to just secure the power rune. It wasn't Invis. Somehow TSM actually get Ari out of there and actually find a support pickup for themselves.
That's pretty big to compensate for Brawl dying a while ago. And not giving that rune control out to Abed. Also a big shakeup from game 1 where Abed just had pretty much complete rune control. Just got way too much off the map here. So they've managed to put a dent in Shopify playing this quicker game. They're playing to TSM's tempo a little bit more. They're allowing Tomato to... You've still got these level spikes for the supports to meet on TSM. It's still really far off from that level 6 in comparison to Shopify Rebellion already being 6 on their supports. That's a big difference maker right now, which is really hurting TSM. If they had a way to just constantly top up Bryle, you'd see that aggression skyrocket. But again, losing those wisdom runes, it stalls you out so much. You really have to watch for those objectives. They have to ensure they grab at least their own at 14 minutes for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
3 to 4 now. Arteezy about 700 gold behind the TA in terms of farm, so not doing too badly. Battle Fury almost up here for the Ursa, as we are going to have a smoke out. Win probability is still in the favor of Shopify, 67%. Ari does a nice job of blocking the smoke rotation and does actually break the smoke. Death Ward, or rather Nether Ward, popped preemptively is what I was meant to say. They'll take it out though. It's still a very quiet game, like 7 kills over 12 minutes. There has been attempts, but both sides have been very cautious not to get caught out. Only really the supports have been dying here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's TSM. Now rotating down towards the bottom side of the map. They're going to find Fly on the Witch Doctor, but Saberlight is around to try and help out. Rory's been committed. Melodict and Death Ward out as well. Tomato, he's in huge trouble. He'll try to make a way out with the Meld, but I don't think he can survive this. He should just die to the Melodict, and he will. Meanwhile, Bryle, he tried to help out, but he's going to hand his own life away. Oh, absolute disaster here for TSM. Zarbed now going after Ari, trying to secure a 4th for his team. They even lost the Underlord. 4 for nothing.
It's like a wound up spring and just gets unwound there. The pressure is gone. The tension's gone. Shopify Rebellion finds those kills.
Radiant's top
I do like that Witch Doctor is kind of an answer to TA Refraction just because of the Voodoo Restoration. Just melt through those stacks really fast. They tie in well. Saberlight, he's gone for the durability build with a pipe into the Ags, which I find a little bit curious in this game because it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to sustain through as much. It is still a lot of damage though. It's still a lot of front line sustain with your durability on the pipe. This could lead to some really good positions for Saberlight to just take point for the team and just allow everyone else to do what they want here, depending on that timing. So after a lot more even of a start for TSM, Shopify Rebellion just find this really strong team fight down bot. Go for the objective play afterwards. They've gotten a lot of room out for Arteezy to close the gap with him and Tomato in terms of farm. And with the Battle Fury up, you shouldn't expect the TA to overtake the Ursa by a huge amount. It should be relatively even this point forward. And I think the one thing for TSM that they haven't put a lid on is really Saberlight. They've just allowed this Beastmaster to AFK farm into that pipe and now into the Ags. Like the Axe timing is still pretty strong, even if you don't have something like the PL illusions to feed off of. It's still a beast, you know. I wish we were casting that one game together where it was Tino Beastmaster and he wasn't dying, because then I could rub it in your face. Yeah,
I saw it. The drums of Slom, Jonathan.
The drums of Slom.
I saw it. It was amazing to watch. I was kind of jealous I wasn't there. I'm not gonna lie. That was a moment. That was a moment. Oh, goodness me. Well, here we go, Jonathan. You'll have your chance to rub it in now. Mind you, I mean, you say rub it in.
It's not.
They did change it so it's actually useful, John. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, but I've been saying this spell was like one buff away. If it wasn't just cancelable by silences and stuns, it was actually a pretty good spell.
Yeah, but I had no problem with that, Jonathan. I had a problem with the way it was. Hold on a minute. White one's going to get caught, I think. Chase is on. Arbed's there. And they'll have the Death Ward just to ensure that White One, excuse me, does end up going down. And I believe Roshan's open for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Ursa lineup. Doesn't take too long to clear out that objective. TSM has no control reaching forward here. Tier 1 still stands for the side of Shopify. And this static situation on the map, like no objectives being taken, it hurts TSM a lot. Because they've got this Deso timing on Tomato. They've got the Pugna. They've not been able to really find a pickoff into an objective to clear out the tower into the Roche. So Shopify just take advantage. Like, all of a sudden, you're 5k behind here on TSM after a rather even laning start. We expected TSM to play around these objective timings a lot quicker, but again, just the movement out from Shopify prevents that from happening. And they do at least have protection now on Kasane with the full Crimson Guard up. That will help massively against the physical output, but I'm not sure if it's enough just yet. It feels like they need Tomato to be able to jump in here as well.
It's been very clean gameplay so far from Shopify, right? Like throughout this whole series, you really haven't seen too many mistakes being made. Seem to have a pretty good grasp of how to play this new meta. At TSM, I mean, they've still got Tomato having a pretty darn good game in terms of farm, but in terms of impact, we haven't seen too much out of him quite yet. Mind you, we are only 16.5 minutes in. And just sitting at 3-9 with a 6k advantage the way of Shopify Rebellion. Now ping's coming up towards the top side of the map. Looks like they did spot out Ari there for a moment. Ari gonna see crit eventually. Sableye also kind of revealing himself now with the wild axis spam towards the Storm Spirit. And TSM look very cautious. In fact, now the coil does come in. They've caught the Storm Spirit out. A nice Pit of Malice gonna ensure that he gets away. But they are gonna lose Kasane. Ari, in the meantime, going to try and tumble his toy to the low ground, but is in trouble. Brail's going to still try to help him out. Wymon there as well. They'll drag Arbit towards the high ground. Arbit silenced up, but he does have an Aegis up. In fact, it doesn't even matter. He just gets away with the Orb Drawn. Back in onto Ari. He takes down the Pugna. No Aegis necessary. Onto Tomato he goes. Twinkle Toes himself. Arbit somehow alive through all of this, as they will take down 4 once again. How is that Aegis still intact?
That's just ridiculous. Abed just keeps pump faking around with phase shift. They're not able to get the chain stunts they'd want. Braille gets pushed up onto the cliff, and he had mana, but he couldn't see an angle to really make a play anymore. Just kind of getting repositioned in the spot that he really didn't want to be in. Again, they actually dragged Tomato in for this fight, but he doesn't have a blink. His damage is kind of there, but the sequence of events for TSM to try to take that fight, it's not ideal. They're the ones on the retreat. They're the ones being jumped first. Their counter initiation doesn't quite pan out. And sure, even though they forced out the roar from Shopify to go onto Kasane instead of Braille, it feels like a small win at the start. It's still not enough for them to capitalize.
Oh, Abed's feeling confident, John. Look at this. He's in 5 heroes. He has been slowed up. Vortex back towards the puck. Arbit maybe setting up another team fight. There's your Dream Core landing on 3. They do get the Aegis this time around. Shopify, can they really keep this fight going? They've got Braille. They certainly can. The Storm has gone down. And Roar is still up. Like Sableye, he was silenced throughout all that, but it looks like he wants to keep going. Arteezy's even joined his team now with the full BKB up. And things are looking very, very tough once again for TSM, as they are now 10k behind. Maybe they could still hold on to these towers, though, as it's still very early into the game. And without the Aegis up on Arbit, they may not want to get too frisky. Though I say that. Bot lane, they are moving in. Tomato. He got spotted there for a moment. They'll chase him down on the TA. Blinding light out from Crit to knock him right back to the loving arms of Arteezy. Decrepify was there onto the TA, but he's stunned up. Tomato's got nowhere to go. He is down. Kasane trying to escape as well, but can't do it. Oh, it's complete domination. I'll tell you, John, with the way this series has gone, you wouldn't believe Tour 1 and Tour 2 happened.
Yeah. It's just really clean from Shopify. They've got a great read on what TSM tries to do in their games now. They've played a lot more disciplined on Shopify. They hit these really strong timings. I mean, sure, they concede a lot of space out to Tomato, but they understand they can handle this TA. They've got ways to melt through refraction. They've got the control in their hand here. for Shopify. And it's TSM again, just playing on the back foot. They're not able to capitalize on the early Deso Tomato gets. They're not able to really get the push going with Ari. Losing their 2 Wisdom Runes probably offsets a lot of that tempo TSM wants to take. And Shopify just never takes a break. They're still ready to go.
Oh, here we go. Silence is out. Saberlight is going to get caught out by a Vortex, but Arteezy happy to jump in and go after Brawl. It's a big dream call. Abed, he caught 4 of them.
Oh my God.
They are all trapped up, and TSM are gone. Oh boy, only 1 left. In fact, GG. Crits in the
All right.
Fiends gate. Get out of there,
Jeez.
Crit. What are you doing? Shopify Rebellion 2-0 victory, 21 minutes into game 2. TSM, they just can't. They've had enough. Wow, how things have changed.
It's rough looking for TSM, but Shopify Rebellion, they just look absolutely dominant in that game. In both games, they just were in complete control, start to finish. Like the understanding they have to focus in on these certain lanes, these certain matchups, these certain timings that they prioritize, it works out. Like they focus on Braille mid in this game. They prevent him from going off to a running start, even dragging Arteezy in onto mid, just to ensure they've got rune control and this kill threat onto the Storm early on. It's almost like the same weakness from game 1 where it was down to Braille again to try to make these plays, to try to snowball off and have his team connect to him. Because quite frankly, an Underlord doesn't start these fights on his own. He needs someone to jump in or someone to follow through from the Pit of Malice at the least. And that's always going to be Braille, not Tomato. And again, your supports in this case from TSM, there was a little bit more play with Pugna and Ench, but not nearly enough. Like we saw some decent micro coming out there from Whitemon, but they're just not able to really maximize it.
Hey, I mean, he's the big team fighter as well, right? Like, Abed gets Vortex to the high ground, like he's juking and jiving, barely survives that one. Everyone else just kind of getting cleaned up, trying to force a fight. Abed jumps back in with literally no HP, gets a bit of a reset from Fly, goes back after Tomato. Like, this is going to be so demoralizing when you're just getting outplayed like this. You're just getting kited by 1 puck, and he still walks away with the 4 Aegis up. It's like, what the hell are we meant to do? And you could kind of tell, like, they had enough by the end of it. Tomato's like, listen, we're not winning this game. Get me the hell out of here. And TSM, it's still obviously a great team, but Shopify Rebellion, I'm not sure if it's the patch. I'm not sure if they've just been screaming a lot. Maybe it's just the fact that they all look like bad boys right now, but they're playing like bad boys, Jonathan.
Yeah, they're just bullying. They're bullying the side of TSM in
They're
this
the
series.
bullies.
And
They're the bullies.
that's why they're in detention, White. Now, that's why Bulba's standing there keeping guard. They've been grounded for their performances in the major, and now they're striking back. You know, the Shopify strikes back is the story here, and it's looking to be in good form. Like, this is an impressive showing out from Shopify Rebellion, very consistent. It looks like probably what the rest of their tour tends to look like against other teams outside of TSM. So they've gotten a really good read on TSM now. They set themselves up for a really good run. A good run to get that number 1 spot for points if they maintain this. And just a perfect game coming out from a lot of these players. I mean, it's 6-0, 7-0, 2-0 for the 3-4s. Kind of nuts.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of these teams as well, of course, we have to hand out an MVP here from someone from Shopify Rebellion, and of course, it is going to go the way of Saberlight on the Beastmaster, even though it's 2-0-13 the scoreline, but I think the impact this guy has had over the last 2 series in this Beastmaster has just been insane. Like, I kind of go back to the fact that you just get so much vision provided from these Hawks, but it just felt like he was uncontested every single game. Like, maybe the first game was a bit more of a closer matchup after the laning stage, but just the impact he provided just proving to be way more than enough. And I'll tell you what, John, even though he's been part of the team for the good of the better half of the year, just it feels like now he's truly part of the team. Like, it feels like everything's together like a well-oiled machine now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think it also comes down to understanding what an early Beastmaster pick does for you. Because, again, you're not necessarily counteracted by these boar counters any longer in lane. We secure this with the Cottle pickup down the line, which wasn't banned out after picking your course 3 cores straight in a row. You maximize it. Saberlight has a really good understanding of his build-up here as well. Like Arcane Boots into Pipe, and then straight Axe. He just wanted to be tanky up front, cop the damage, shield his teammates, and just ensure that even if they jump him, it's going to take a lot of effort with those drum beats and the healing coming out from that output. So, yeah, Saberlight's been on point, and I'm looking forward to our interview here, Mike.
Yeah, we do have Saberlight himself for an interview, so let's head over to him and see exactly what he's got to say. Well, Saberlight, first of all, congratulations on your 2-0 victory against TSM. Very, very happy to see it. So, first of all, how the hell are you feeling?
What the freak is up, guys? It's your boy Saber. I'm feeling amazing. I love destroying TSM. You know, if they didn't qualify for major, I would actually feel very sad because this was just demoralizing. Like beating them twice in 20 minutes, I felt sad for them. But I'm sure they'll make it. So you know, it's all fun and games. I believe in TSM.
Gee, well, thank you very much for that, Saberlight. I mean, going back to TSM for a moment, like 2-1, they beat you 2-0. 2-2, they beat you 2-1, and now you guys have just destroyed them 2-0 in 20 minutes each game. What's changed, Saberlight? Like, what changed so quickly after 2-2 that made you just destroy them in this DPC?
It was just embarrassing, you know. It's Boba was very mad at me that I'm always choking against TSM, so I was like, okay, enough choking. You know, let's get serious, and yeah, we finally did it.
I mean, talk to me about the patch as well. Obviously, new patch is out, 7.33c. Are you liking it, Saberlight? Is this a good patch? Is it a bad patch? What do you think?
I mean, I kind of like the changes. I think the like OP heroes got a little bit nerfed. They're still okay, but you know, nothing seems like super busted. Like the Medusa seemed at major, and yeah, you know, I get to play my beast. I'm very happy playing the same hero for 2 patches straight. Yeah, so I'm just having a good time.
Well, so we say, Valado. One more question before I head over to John. We saw in the drafting phase as well, like, we were commenting the fact that you guys pick 3 cores first, and then you leave your supports till the last 2 picks. Can you kind of shed some light on that? Like, do you guys believe the support picks are so important that you need to save them for the last pickups?
Can I shed some light on why we picked that? No, I cannot.
Please
I'm
do.
sorry, guys. Otherwise, Bulba would he would beat me up because he is very against telling secrets. So basically, like, the reason for that is I just really want my hero, you know. So I just beg him, you know, pick me my beast, and then he's like, okay, you know, it's not best for the strategy, but let's give Saber his beast. And yeah, same goes for everybody. So that's the strategy. That's why we do it.
Good answer. Go on,
Yeah,
John.
I love the confidence coming out here, Saberlight. Now, I am curious, what do you feel like is one thing that you guys on Shopify have learned from your time on the road? It's been a long 3 weeks. It's a lot of traveling, a lot of games to be played. What do you think you personally or you guys as a team have learned from the past few LANs you've attended?
That's a good question. I think every LAN we learn like something new. I mean, especially for me, I think it's nice to just like get this experience with the team because yeah, they're like you know, I'm in a completely new environment and this team operates differently than the teams that I was on. So I think with every tournament, with every LAN event, with every bootcamp, we get more and more on the same page. I understand like what they want to do. They understand how I operate. So yeah, I think both like in-game and outside the game, I think we just keep growing together and keep improving, which is really nice. Because I think with some teams, it just feels like you stagnate over time. That's like, you know, you're all like part of this hive mind and there's no new ideas. But with this team, I think there's still like debates to be had and still new ideas coming from left and right. So yeah, I think we just keep improving as a team, and that's really good.
That sounds like a really great way to grow. Now, I'm curious about your own opinion. You guys are done with TSM, which is normally your big matchup already done here in Tour 3. You know, you take that good 2-0. Is there anyone else left in NA that you kind of want to trash down now? Like, is there a team that you're looking forward to smack down here?
No, there isn't. I would actually like find you a team, but I honestly don't even know who else is in the DPC. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, Nouns is gonna be an interesting match for sure. But yeah, it's a nice feeling, you know. It must have felt very good last the DPC for TSM when they they beat us, they're like, okay, guys, now we chill for the rest of DPC. Maybe that's why they didn't perform so well at the majors, because they beat us and they got lazy. So hopefully they will work hard this DPC and then they do well at the major as well. This is a lesson for you, Moonmeander. I'm looking at you. You better pick it up.
I'm satisfied. Those are great answers. Yes, that's all I needed.
Saberline, I think we got enough out of you. Thank you so much for the interview, and I hope you have a fantastic day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Much love.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Fun fact, that's the first pro player to blow us a kiss, Jonathan. Shout out to Saberline.
Yeah,
I was about to blow one
that
back,
is true.
but, I thought it might be a little bit inappropriate, so we'll just leave it at that. A Saberline, obviously strong words from a strong man, Jonathan. They call him Saber Chad for a reason. Might I say as well, by the way, he did point out, I believe, on Twitter that he wanted to be a bit more memey because he's been a bit too serious in these interviews. And I mean, he did not disappoint, did he? He went straight in for the memes and the trash talk, and that's what we love to see from the NADPC. That's why we come here, Jonathan.
Absolutely. He only lacked like a like and subscribe at the end. I think that's the one thing.
I was
his
outro.
His outro there, yeah.
He gave us the speed intro as well. So we are going to have a look at the schedule. Of course, the next day, Dog Champ versus Felt coming up, and then we have SKG against Alpha. So these team obviously not the most. I don't want to say they're not the top teams, right? They're maybe the middle of the pack here. Of course, Sankin Gomez maybe a bit to prove as they've just moved up to Div 2. Alpha, something to prove as well because they got relegated to Div 2 and then they came back up for 2 or 3. Dogchamp has felt, let me be honest, John, these two teams actually look really good during 2 or 2, right? There was some really great matches between these two. So it's a great matchup nonetheless between both all 4 teams is what I meant to say, Jonathan. But I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys can provide.
Yeah, it feels like both of these series should be competitive. I think I have a massive question mark on Alpha just because there was something that happened with that roster where it's like an entirely different team. So I don't know. Alpha's that one I don't know. San King Gomez is actually a team I believe in after casting a few of their games. Their players are really motivated, and it's always good to see like this fresh blood from Div 2 just rallying through, doing great. So I'm hoping they can be like a dark horse here, maybe even contesting for number 2. If they play consistently well, I can see them kind of bringing that challenge. So I'm looking forward to this middle of the pack, as you're saying, because this is where some of the upsets might happen. Some of these teams, if they maintain a good scoreline, can contest for number 2 now without one loss just coming out from TSM.
I certainly can. With that, though, Jonathan, that is it for today. Of course, we'll be back, I believe, in 2 days to cast some more NADPC, so it should be a lot of fun. Till then, though, it is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you guys again next time.